5000 plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs for a whopping 60 kilowatt hours of storage and a 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Jackery Show. Now, guys, we are on the Cyber Monday deals. We're giving those deals early because why not shop early for Cyber Monday? Now, with that, I am James, your host, and of course, we're going to have a great time. Well, I hope you guys do. I know I'm going to. Now, guys, we're going to have a beautiful time. We're going to show you guys a bunch of great products ranging from systems that can help you through a snowstorm to a power outage to even a natural disaster. Now, if you guys don't need something for that, we might actually have something that's just going to get you through without using your electric power bill. We do have Lois with us in chat on the Jackery side, so if you guys need, Lois is around. I believe Justin might be popping in from time to time as well on top of that. Now, like I said, guys, we got a bunch of great deals, a bunch of great prices. We also have that 5% discount code banner flashing up there. That 5% discount code banner is anything over $1,500 purchased. You guys can get 5% off. That's our gift to you for watching these lives. Now, there are a couple exclusions to that code. First and foremost, the exclusions are going to be the 1000 V2s and the 2000 V2s, whether it be by itself or with solar panels. Now, we only exclude those because, well, the 1000 V2 by itself is already $399 at a 50% savings. And the 1000 V2 with the 200 watt solar panel is $699. That's an amazing deal as well. And then we have that 53% off savings of the 2000 V2 by itself for $791. Now, to get that, you actually have to use the Black Friday code that we're still leaving active for these next few days. Now, on top of that, guys, you also can get the 2000 V2 with 2 solar panels for $14.99. At $14.99, you guys are going to have a great package deal. I mean, you got 2 amazing solar panels and a system that's going to do phenomenally well. With 2,024 watt hours of power, that's a great deal and a great package. Now, I know a lot of you are probably a little bit tired from all of the Thanksgiving festivities that you guys did over the last few days, and probably everybody getting ready for all the Christmas festivities that are about to happen. But hopefully you'll hang out with us and enjoy the show. Now, like always, we're going to enjoy showing you guys some very amazing products from either on the table, or if I can get my mouse to work, on the floor. We do have a bunch of different systems, a bunch of different ranges from entry level to, of course, that full household monster right there that's going to take care of your electric bill without any problem. Now, we are going to always start these shows off with showing you guys what's included with these packages. Now, first and foremost, we'll show you guys some cablings. We'll show you guys some mounting hardware and all of that other fun stuff. When you purchase a power station, you may get one of 3 different cablings. First and foremost, you may get something like that, Sheila. Something like that. Sheila's like, you're on the home stretch. I don't know. I'm going to tell you, I hit a roadblock earlier. I'll admit it. I hit a roadblock, don't know what it was. I just all of a sudden just got really drained. Now back to the cabling, guys. You may get one of 3 power cables. This is going to be one version. This is a nice large 3-prong cable, kind of like what your house PC would use. This is going to be used for some of the newer stations. You may get a cabling package like this. No, I'm just kidding, guys. That's a notebook. Calm down. Calm down, guys. It's a notebook. You may get a package like this, and this is a cool carrying bag. This is almost like a neoprene style carrying bag, and inside you're going to see this really beautiful, well done like power brick that you would use on your laptop. Now this is a DC plug style, and it's going to work from some of the older systems. If you don't get that variation, you may get a cigarette lighter charger like this, and this is going to do 12 volt 10 amps in any cigarette lighter in your car, van, truck, motorhome, RV, fifth wheel, whatever has it, this will plug into it. It's going to take a DC plug that's either 7909 or 8020 styling for that. If you don't get that variation of that color or that styling, you may get the one that Sheila wants, the orange one. Now, this is just the 8020 style. This is a little bit different, but still same variants. Now, if you guys end up getting, let's say, a solar panel kit. If you guys get solar panel kits, you guys will end up with like solar panel cables. Those cables are ranging from something like this. This is just a two-prong style wiring to, of course, multi-end tipped. Now, at the tip, you're going to have a 7909. You're going to have an 8020 DC plug, and then you're going to have the 8022 USB-C. Now, that's actually a really cool cable. If you guys also get multiple solar panel kits, you may end up with something like this, a Y splitter to run multiple solar panels on that power station. See, there's that roadblock. Now, if you don't get that variation, you might get, let's say, an Anderson clip style solar panel, so you might get an Anderson clip Y splitter as well. For the really tiny little power station, the 100 plus, which we'll be showing you guys in a few minutes, you're going to get USB-C to USB-C cable. This cable is going to do 100 watts pass through no matter what direction you're going. It's a bi-directional cable. Or you might get that DC adapter again with USB-C for those of you that need it. But wait, there's more. There's actually a large cable for the very large solar panel that you guys can probably see off to my side over here. This is going to be for the 500X. This cable is 10 feet long, has an Anderson clip end, and a DC plug, the 8020 style. This is going to work for, of course, that very large solar panel. You guys could also use it as an extender cable if you guys need to with certain other devices. If you get the 1000 plus system, the 2000 plus system, or the 5000 plus, you may get a linking cable if you guys get extra batteries. That cable may look like this. Now, this is a very large, very thick cable. This cable is going to allow for multiple thousands of watts of power to go through it. Trevor, good evening. Now, you guys can also use it as a jump rope if you want to. Nice necklace like I am. And you guys can look really cool with this bright orange. Now, I don't have my Jackery shirt on tonight, so I have to have some orange, right? But yeah, I do. I keep going. I'm trying to, get through the next. I think we have tomorrow and Monday morning, I think, is the last 3 for the show. Technically, today's the last show for the month. Tomorrow starts a new month, right? So a bunch of cool stations, bunch of cool cabling, guys. You're going to get everything that you need to actually charge or run these stations without a problem. They want to make sure you have the cabling so you don't have to go looking for cabling. And that's the cool part about this. For those of you that end up buying a station, you might find out that there's carrying bags out there. There's a couple different variations of those bags. There's a small, medium, and a large variation. Then there's a heated variation, and of course, the cool protective one for the 5000. If you don't get that, you may get a kid coming home during the middle of your show with food that she's not going to share with you. It's all right. I had food. I'm good. All right. Now we're going to start the show off with one of their smaller stations. And this is going to be one of the smallest stations that they carry today. What I can actually tell you is we've talked about the station and I've mentioned a few things. I was like, I would really love to see Jackery make a little power brick to plug the station in with. Well, we found out that they actually make a 104 watt power brick, which is kind of cool. She's trying to give me food. It's all good. I had Chinese. Thank you, though. Now, this is the 100 plus station. The 100 plus station is a really beautiful one. This is small, but yet very, very mighty. What I'm going to talk about is, guys, 99 watt hours of power, 31,000 milliamps, 2 USB-C ports, 1 USB-A port. It's not a lot of connections, but you don't need a lot of connections with the power station this small that you guys can sit here and toss around and say, here, catch. No, I'm kidding. We're not going to toss it around the house. It does have a 35-inch drop protection. It's got, of course, a shock-absorbing shell. It's got a fire-retardant shell as well. It's got this beautiful orange colorway on the side and their Jackery logo on the front. On the front, you're also going to have this beautiful little display. Now, you would think that that display is probably going to be, pretty much not working. Well, you're wrong. When you tap it and turn it on, it's actually a fully functioning screen that shows you guys the battery percentage. It's also going to show you guys the input and output of that actual charge, which is kind of cool. Now on the front, you're going to see the two USB-C ports. Those USB-C ports are bi-directional, so they're going to go inwards and outwards. Now they are 100 watts capable, so you guys can charge at 100 watts, or you guys can charge this device at 100 watts. You guys watched me actually plug it into the 5000 Plus yesterday and charge it. What I can tell you is it only took 1% of that battery weight to charge this device. 1% of that battery. What? Yeah, 1%, guys. 99 watt hours of power, 31,000 milliamps, 128 watts. If however you want to look at it, that's crazy that system has that much power to only take 1% to fill this. When fully charged, it's only going to take about 2 hours on that USB-C port on a wall plug, as long as that wall plug accepts 100 watts charge rate. If you want to, though, you guys can use, of course, let's say solar panels to charge it. You guys can use the 100 watt solar panel. It'll take about 5.5 hours or less to charge this. That's it. That's it. And technically, I think it's going to be a little bit quicker than that with the 100 watt panel. Now, multiple ways and variations to use this, but it is what's called TSA approved. So let's say you guys go on flights a lot and you guys travel a lot. If you're like me, you don't like using the public USB ports or the public USB ports or anything like that. This is TSA approved, which means you guys can take it through a TSA. I apologize. Don't know where that came from. A TSA checkpoint. When you go through that TSA checkpoint, guys, this is going to be able to pass through with you. That means it's actually permitted to be carried on because that's beautiful. Now, TSA passengers are permitted to carry on lithium batteries that are like 100 watt hours or so. Now, without the airline approval, restrictions may differ from country to country and all of that other cool stuff. This one will allow you to do it. It's only 99 watt hours. It's 1 watt hour before that limit. They thought about it. They're like, you know what? We can do that. We'll work with TSA. We'll do what they want. And that's what they did. On a full charge, you should be able to charge your iPhone 14 approximately 6 times. Your Samsung S24 at least 5.25 times. You will also be able to run, let's say, your MacBook Pro Air for at least, I think it's like almost 6 hours of runtime, or 2.8 charges, all right? Now, Nintendo Switch is a little bit different. You guys can run a Nintendo Switch for over 4.5 hours with this without a problem. You guys can run a Nintendo Switch and a portable monitor on this for 3.5 hours without an issue. You guys can charge your Steam Deck. You guys can do your Roger Alloy. You guys can even do your Red Magic phone. If you guys know that Red Magic phone, that's actually a really high-powered phone that's out there. Technically, your Nintendo Switch is about 18 watts. Your Steam Deck's about 45 watts. Your MacBook Pro 16, I think, is a 100-watt plug charged through. Your iPhones are about 20 watts. And, of course, ROG Ally, that's about 65 watts. The variations, of course, with this is actually beautifully well done. Now, like I said, drop protection. I dropped this thing approximately 7 feet. Technically, my wife did, and it's totally fine. There's no scratch on it. There's no ding on it. Nothing. It does have silicone pads on the bottom. These pads are meant to allow you to set it on surfaces you normally wouldn't set hard plastic on. Whether it be a painted surface, a glass surface, a marble or slate surface, this will actually allow you to do that. At 2.2 pounds, this thing can be carried pretty much anywhere. At 2.2 pounds, you guys can hide this in a backpack or even your wife's purse. Now, I say that a lot because I like making jokes about how big my wife's purse is. Of course, she's got many purses, but that's what it is. Very cool little piece at $89. This is a great package product. Now, if you guys need the 100 Plus, might be the one for you. If you don't need the 100 Plus, which I think if you don't, you're probably wrong. No, I'm just joking, guys. you might want to actually pair it with this, and then you probably will want it. This is the package deal, 100 plus Mini 40 solar panel. Now the Mini 40 solar panel and the 100 plus together weighs about 5 pounds. 2.5 pounds, 2.2 pounds, add the cabling, you're at 5 pounds. Mini 40 solar panel, fully waterproof, water resistant, IP68 rating. That is going to be a size of a notebook. Now, and 2.5 pounds, if you think about it, it's the size of a 3-ring binder. 12 inches tall, 10 inches wide, ½ inch thick. And if you look at the insert that you put in a 3-ring binder, you're going to see the extra that's left on that solar panel. You're going to see why I call it the size of a 3-ring binder. That thing is very, very small. Now with it, like I said, fully waterproof, water resistant, it has a magnetic clasp that we guys can open up. When you open it up, you guys can just roll around and use 2 panels if you want to charge at 20 watts. Now 23% efficiency with converting light to power, even in low light settings. Pop it open, and you're going to have all 4 monocrystalline solar cells. That's going to allow you to do 40 watts of charge rate, even in Sheila's backyard. Now, Sheila's backyard's covered in large panels, so I'm not sure where she would put this one, but I'm sure she'd make room. If you guys need a mini solar panel and, of course, that beautiful 100 plus, $169 is your price point. At $169, you're going to get, of course, the perfect piece that can go camping, hiking, traveling with you. This would make a great option. It would even be great for like your college students or those kids that like to spend their time outside and having fun. Now, I know that's really weird because most kids don't spend time outside anymore. They're always in their rooms on their phones. Well, hey, we got the Mini 40 solar panel and that 100 plus. That'll do well for you. Any questions? Sheila, you're always pushing through. Something like that, Sheila, something like that. I do have an itch on my nose, which is really weird, but it's all good, all good. Any questions at all, please ask. Trevor, how does your night go? What's up, buddy? How is Trevor doing? So with that, guys, we're going to move from the 100 plus to the 240 V2. Now, the 240 V2 is actually another great power station. This power station is only going to weigh approximately 8 pounds. It's actually 7.9 pounds. It's slightly under 8 pounds. Now, you can go that route or just say 8 pounds, and that's what I'm doing. The 240 V2 is just literally version 2 of the original. The original was a well-done system that, of course, did 240 watt-hours of power, was a fixed handle, original lithium system, original charging station. They weren't happy with it. I mean, they were happy with it, but they were like, we can make that better. By making it better, they did this. Now, this little thing is a beauty of artwork that's going to do well for you and has this nice little handle. The handle is going to allow you to carry it around like a lantern or do some arm curls if you really need to. Now, arm curls aren't going to work that best with a handle that can be folded away. That makes it flat so you guys can stack stuff on it. Now on the top, there's actually some caution papers. That's right, caution labels, cautions. On the side, you're going to be greeted with that 3-prong wall plug that's going to allow us to charge it at 2 hours or less if we want to. Now you're also going to be greeted with the air vents and the cooling technologies on each side for this on that nice orange panel. 256 watt-hours of power in an 8-pound package that can be fully charged in 2 hours in standard quick charging mode. If you want to, it's got Charge Shield 2.0, which is the new charging technology that will allow you to charge it in 1 hour if you need. That means you guys can have this charged and run away from Justin as quick as you need to in under an hour. Now, that's going to do well for you. What's up, Justin? How you doing? Oh, it's Mrs. Dragon Blogger? Was I completely wrong of who it was? I was completely wrong. Mrs. Dragon Blogger, hello, how are you doing? Here I was trying to make fun of Justin, and it's actually the boss. Oh. Now, like I said, 2 hours standard fast charging, 1 hour in super emergency charge mode. That's a quick charge rate with this. Now, you have one AC outlet that's going to do 300 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 600. You also have one USB-C port that does 100 watts bi-directional charging, inwards and outwards. You're also going to have the 15 watt USB-C and the 15 watt USB-A. 12 volt, 10 amp cigarette lighter plug, and a flashlight that does dual modes, standard brightness and SOS pattern. Now with this, you still have that nice large screen that, sometimes we turn on to show you guys. We'll power it up, let it come on and kick on. And then we're going to set it at an angle so you guys can see it. 26% charged right now. Probably each charged, let's be honest. You guys can see that flashing up there. It's app controlled. So you guys can download the app, use the app, and fully access the switches that are on here, the plugs, and the flashlight from that app. That's kind of cool. Now look at that orange colorway. It's really nice. On the bottom, like the little one, it has those silicone pads that allow you to set it down. This is a beautiful piece of technology. On a full charge on the 240 VU, you should be able to do at least 12 cell phone charges. Well, I do apologize if you guys heard that. My kid's food fell on the ground. We're just going to ignore it. All right, at least 12 cell phone charges on a full charge, 3 laptop charges, maybe 4 drone batteries, about 16 hours with the 10 watt Bluetooth speaker. But if you guys really want to, you guys can do even more than that. You guys can run a house fan for about 4 hours. You guys can do, of course, 11 DSLR batteries. That's like your Sony ZTE-10s, your Canon EOSs. You can even do about 14 hours on that Wi-Fi router to keep your internet going when your power's out. That's going to keep you busy with your phone. Now, flat screen TV, 32 inch to about 42 to 45 inch. 4 hours of runtime. 6 hours with a pet heating pad. That means your lizard is totally taken care of if you need to. 8-pound package is where it's at. By itself, it's $179. But again, pair it with the Mini 40 solar panel. When you pair it with the Mini 40 solar panel, you have the perfect gift for pretty much anyone. This gift will be great for traveling, emergencies in the back of your car, in your vans, in your homes. Would be good for that first-time college student that's going off to college that maybe you're worried about losing power on when they're at that certain college and they won't be able to contact you. They can charge it off of this. This is a great package deal. At $249, this is a phenomenal package deal. This would also do good for like arts and crafts with hot glue guns or any of those other sorts. The 240 V2 and Mini 40 solar panel is a great option. Now, of course, if you guys put multiple pieces into your cart and you spend over $1,500, you guys can get 5% off on top of that. This is a cool one. Now, fully waterproof, water resistant, of course, has that package that's going to allow you to run multiple devices without the problem. 240 V2 is a beautiful piece of technology. So if you guys need, check that one out. Now, with that being said, I'm going to play a quick video, guys. I need to go pick up that food that fell on the ground. So I'm going to play you guys with something that you guys can actually do with one of these stations. James here. Taking a look at the Jackery Explorer 700 Plus power station. Now, what you guys are seeing is I do have it set on a white table because the ground is a little wet and I want to protect it a little. Now, what you're also seeing is the Jackery Explorer 100 solar panel. Now, this is their Solar Saga 100. Is a 100-watt solar panel. It is a single panel that I have out that does bifold. Now, it does have 2 legs, can be set up in under 10 seconds and no issue. It does come with the cabling included in the solar panel, which I have connected to the back of the power station. Now, you definitely can connect up more solar panels to this power station if you want, up to about 4 of these, of course, as well. Now, what you're seeing is I do have one green plug connected up, and it is a really overcast day today, so it's not getting a full-on solar charge right now, but I expect it to do well. Now, we are starting with 29% power, and you guys will see that the output is starting to climb because I did turn it on for that AC outlet. And what I have connected up to it, you're going to be surprised, and that is all these Christmas inflatables. Now, these Christmas inflatables, of course, I have 5 sitting here on the inside that you're seeing inflate right now. What you're not seeing is the 2 or 3 that are outside the fence that are also connected to this station. Now, they're going to take a little bit to inflate, but this gives you guys a great option to power your inflatables if you guys want to, if you don't have power. And that's actually really cool. Now, definitely you can use this power station for other sources like your little electric heaters for heating up during cold times, or even your little mini stoves or mini fridges and stuff like that as well. But we're doing this to show off the Christmas decorations and having fun with it, just giving you guys ideas of what these power stations can do. Now, of course, you're going to get about 3 hours at 29% charge. If it was fully charged, you're going to have a lot more time to use this for. That's a good question, Trevor. Has there ever been a situation where my powers went out and I've used the Jackery stations? Yes, I have. Now, I've actually used it for limited things because I do live in an apartment, so I'm kind of limited what I can plug in. I've plugged in my computer at one point. I've actually plugged in a TV. I've done little lightings. Unfortunately, most of my big lights are literally powered by the house, so I can't like the big hanging lights. I can't do that. So that's just one of those things. But yeah, I have used the power stations and power outages, most definitely. Lois, I'm good. It's all good. I went and grabbed what I could. And it is what it is. But yeah, Trevor, I've definitely used them for power outages. I've used it. I think it was a few months back. I used a couple of these. I literally powered on my computer just to keep me through, and it's kind of fun. Like they say, just because your power goes out doesn't mean your internet's out. It's probably two different lines, truly. By luck, I connected up my router and I was able to go on the computer to keep myself nice and busy. Now, there has been a few times that the power's gone out where I've never connected up anything, and that's just because I take it as a chance to take some downtime. I actually enjoy sitting staring at the walls when I'm in downtime. I like to be in the quiet all alone at certain times. So sometimes it's okay. Sometimes I get bored. So yeah. But yeah, I've actually done it. I've actually used these. Even my buddy has used one of mine for the power outage to run his fridge. That was the 1500, and the 1500 did well to run the fridge. Now it actually ran his fridge longer than the recommended runtime, which is great. So yeah, I have done it. They do work well. It will range from the size of device that you're using for the amount of stuff that's plugged in, which is kind of to be expected. I mean, don't expect to come run your whole household off maybe like the 240 V2. It's not going to happen. I mean, the 240 V2 will do a lot of different items, but it's not going to run your whole household. The larger ones will do well. I mean, you guys could plug in projectors. Like a projector will get you through a power outage just enjoying some downtime. It's kind of cool. So now we're going to talk about the 300. Now the 300 is still one of the original styles. So the Explorer 300 is literally the original style, which is great. It's got the original fixed handle. It's got multiple ports of connection. It's got the original lithium mixture, which is it's decent and will work well for you. You don't have to worry about it. Best part is how light this is. And now you guys are looking at the backside on purpose. That's what it looks like from the backside at a 7-pound package. Now, when I flip this around, you guys are going to start seeing the side, just like the newer ones. It's got a very cool air vent that's going to allow the vent to go through the electronics and, of course, over the cooling technology. On the front, you're going to be greeted with that beautiful handle and that amazing Jackery logo. It's really eye-catching logo. It's really eye-catching because of the colorway and pattern with it. And then on the front, you're going to be greeted with, of course, all the plugs and connectability. 293 watt-hours of power on this device. 293 watt-hours of power. At 293 watt-hours of power, guys, it's only going to take you 3.5 hours on a wall plug to fully charge it. But that's not the only way you can charge it. If you guys want to do the DC wall plug and the USB-C bi-port connection, that bi-directional connection, that's going to do 60 watts of in and out power. Between the two plugs together, that is actually going to be a 2-hour charge rate. So it drops down from the 3.5 hours to 2 hours. That's an hour and a half cut that way. Now you do have two USB-A 5-volt 2.4 amps. You also have two AC outlets. These two AC outlets are going to do 300 watts of pure sine wave power. Can peak at 500 if you really need to. With peaking at 500, that means you guys can give it a little extra oomph to something that maybe you normally wouldn't plug into this. That's a smaller wattage. Now, I'm going to grab this. We're going to talk a little bit more about this because it is definitely nice and lightweight and does well for you. Now, what technically could it do and what ranging of things it can do is really up to you and your imagination. Like I said, 3.5 hours on a wall plug, 2 hours between the two cabling charges, or 3.5 hours on a cigarette lighter in your car. When fully charged, you guys can actually run a Nintendo Switch for about 40 hours. You can run a Nintendo Switch for 40 hours. Think about that. 15 to 16 DSLR batteries. Now, that's the larger 8-watt batteries. The smaller ones will get a lot more charges. 6 drone batteries if you truly want to. Now, the drone batteries are going to be like the Mavic 2s from DJI. You'll get about 4.5 hours on a little mini cooler, about 4.5 hours on that TV, maybe 18 to 20 cell phone charges. All right, 18 to 20 maybe. Now, 4 laptop charges is decently well done. 7.1 pounds is where it's truly at. This is nice and portable. Now, the price point of this is going to be about $169. Now, don't worry that it's not the new housing, because it will do very well for you. All of these batteries will give you over 4,000 charge cycles at least over the next 10 years before it drops down to about 70 to 80% battery capacity. Still going to give you a long lifespan after that 10 years. Now, the cool part is if you guys want to, grab the package deal. The package deal is what I'm always going to steer you towards, and that's because you guys are going to get the station and a solar panel. When you add the solar panel, you guys can charge it off of the light outside. When you charge it off the light, you're going to have a 4.5 hour charge rate. This is the solar panel that comes with it. This is the Solar Saga 100. This is a bi-directional, bifacial charging style. Bifacial. That means it's going to take a charge from both sides, the blue side, the black side. It's going to get a reflective charge off the blue side and a full charge off of the black side. Now, a large panel, it's approximately 50 plus inches long. It only weighs 6 pounds. At 6 pounds, you have a 100-watt solar panel that's going to charge decently well. Monocrystalline solar cells has kickstands. Kickstands do decently well. You have one on each side. You have a riveted on handle. When you pop it open, guys, you're going to be greeted with a solar panel that's going to do 25% efficiency even in low light settings. Now, low light settings are going to be like, let's say you guys are in Olympia, Washington. It's got a drizzle day. It's gray and overcast, but it still has light out. That's where this is going to shine at 25% efficiency. Now, you guys can see how long the solar panel is. It's approximately 50 plus inches long. The black side, like I said, is going to be the side you aim at the sun. The blue side is going to be the side that you do not aim at the sun. It's going to be the 20-degree side that aims towards the ground. It's going to get the reflective light to give you that extra little usage with that. Now with this, it's going to do very, very well, and it pairs perfectly well with the 300. By pairing it with the 300, guys, 4.5 hour charge rate. Now, you guys could sit out back, maybe on your deck. You guys could be using the station while having it plugged into the solar rate. But if you think this is less than 13 pounds total weight, 6 pounds, 7.1 pounds, you have about a 13-pound package. At 13 pounds, you guys could still take this hiking, camping, and not have a problem. I can sit here and hold this without an issue. Now, Mrs. Dragon Blogger says she uses it for her glue gun, her soldering iron, and all kinds of other stuff, including her light-up magnifying glass for arts and crafts. Now, I'm pretty sure she means for making her jewelry and her diamond dots and stuff like that, which is a great idea. Using this at the arts and craft tables means you guys free up the space and you don't have to have extension cords ran all across the floor. I prefer that, and that's why I use these stations so much. Now, I've actually started using these stations a lot more than I will use my own house plugs. I am just saying. Now, technically, the 300 will even do a CPAP machine for at least 6 hours, and that is a heated hose style. Now, without the heated hose, you may get a lot longer. Most of those will range about 28 watts to maybe 30 watts of power with those. Now, this is a really nice little station that is beautifully well weighted. At 7.1 pounds in the station alone, at $169 the station alone, with the solar panel though, you have a $299 package at 40% off. That's a great package. It's a phenomenal package. It's a beautiful package. So much so that I believe Mrs. Dragon Blogger is probably still using one of these right now. Any questions about the 100 plus, the 240 V2, or the 300, definitely ask. We're here to answer. Now, with that, guys, I do need to take a 2-minute break. It looks like nobody else is going to clean this food up. I need to clean it up. Don't want the food to make a mess and stuff, so I'll be right back. I'm going to play a quick video, guys.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs.
Now I am back, but I'm gonna let that video play for you guys real quick.
1,000-watt
cleaned up.
output.
We're good to go.
Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator.
Now, I do apologize about that short little break, but, you know, kids make messes. Sometimes you got to pick it up. I was not expecting that. Figured she would have did it, but she left. All right, so we showed you guys the 300. That's an amazing little station that does very well in the original styling. And I like the original styling. It still works perfectly good in those fashions. And it's going to work for a long time. And that's what's perfectly well done. It's going to do a lot more, guys. You guys can literally plug in, let's say, your cell phones. You guys could do, like, your camera gear. You guys could do, of course, your camera lighting. There's so much more, like small little hand saws, little Dremels, soldering irons, hot glue guns. What else could you guys do? Maybe little lamps, maybe 3D printed products. Even, I think, I'm not going to say your Xbox. Xbox is probably a little bit more wattage than this, but it's perfectly well done. It does still have that drop protection, has the flame retardant shell. It's going to work perfectly well for you guys. So if you need something like this, the 300 by itself is great. With the 300 with the 100 watt solar panel is even better. With that being said, we're going to step it up a slight notch. We're going to go to the 500. Now the 500 is actually a really cool little piece. When we move tables, we're going to move cameras. You guys can see that table. There's a lot of product back there. We have some 1000 V2s. We got some 2000 V2s. We got the 2000 plus. We got the 3000 Pro. There's even a 1000 plus back there. There's also a solar panel that's the size of my couch and then some peeking out around the corner as well. But we're going to talk about that little bad boy right there on the corner. Now, as you guys see, that is a beautiful little power station. That's the 500. Now, the Jackery Explorer 500 is 518 watt hours of power in a 518 watt hours of power in a beautiful little package. This device only weighs 13.3 pounds. 13.3 pounds. That's it. At 13.3 pounds, you're going to have 518 watt hours of power. You're going to have, of course, 3 USB-A ports that do 5 volt 2.4 amps. You're going to have 3 DC plugs. One's a 12 volt 10 amp plug. You also have 2 6.2 millimeter DC plugs, and you have an 8 millimeter DC plug above it. The 8 millimeter is going to be your input. That's going to be your 7909. The 7909 will connect up to pretty much the 100, the Mini 40, or even the 200, but you're not going to really use the 200 on the system. Now on the side, you're going to have a flashlight. That flashlight does single brightness or SOS pattern for you, so if you guys need, you do have a flashlight. Now you also have one AC outlet. That AC outlet does 500 watts of pure sine wave power. Pure sine wave. What does pure sine wave mean? Pure sine wave means straight power, no spikes or dips in there. Like, you know, it's not a roller coaster or a wave. When you have power that's like a big dippy waves, you have spikes, and that's not really good for, of course, your electronics. Even when this goes past the pure 500 watts, it doesn't go so far that you're going to have so much spike that you're not going to want to use it. It does max at 1,000 if you need to surge at 1,000 watts, which is kind of cool. Now, this device at 13.3 pounds at 518 watt hours of power will take approximately 5.5 hours to fully charge on a wall plug. It will be the same wattage and same runtime on a cigarette car lighter, 5.5 hours. Now, 518 watt hours of power should be able to allow you to run a mini cooler for 9 hours. Your flat screen TV, that's your 32-inch, 40-plus inch TV, about 7 hours or so. Your 30 hours of runtime with, of course, the laptop, or 5 hours or 50 minutes with the blender. I don't know why I said 5 hours, because I'm so used to saying over 5 hours with that bigger one with the blender. Now, using a blender means you guys can make those frozen daiquiris. You guys can, of course, mix up your frozen berries for your, protein shakes and everything else. It will do well for you. Now, it can even do more than that without a problem. You guys can do 8 hours with an air pump. Now, that air pump will be like your bicycle air pump or your air mattress air pump or even your inflatable rafts air pump. You could even do the electric blanket at 3.5 to almost 4 hours of runtime to keep that chill off of you if you wanted. Now, it's a great, beautiful station that can do even more. I've actually had inflatable decorations plugged into this. I had the Christmas tree. I even had my Xbox plugged into this at some point. What else did I have? I think my Nike 3D printed sign. Even my little stereo I've had plugged into this. This will do very well for a wide variety of stuff. The size is only 12 inches by 8 inches by 9 inches. That's not that large. That's technically about the size of a basketball if you really wanted to. A little wider than it, but you get the comparison of sizing. Very easy, very compact in size for a station of this wattage, which is great. Now, still has that flame retardant shell, still has that drop protection. Now, that's going to be a 94V-0 for the flame retardant. It's a 2743 drop protection at 35 inches. I think it's like 35, 36 inches, which is great. Multiple ports of connection, very user-friendly, very portable, can take it anywhere. Can even power like a mini cooler, can even power, what else? I mean, there's so many things you can power with this. The 500 is a perfect little example of course, an awesome little power station. At $284, that's a 43% savings. Now, if you don't want the system by itself, again, pair it with the 100-watt panel. Pair it with this 100-watt panel. Now, when you pair this panel and that solar station, your price point's going to be about $479. At $479, you're actually saving yourself 40%. That's great. That's an amazing savings. It's also going to allow you to have this fully charged and a decent charge time. Now, I'm going to expect that your charge rate with the 100-watt solar panel is going to be about 7.5 hours. Now, 7.5 hours isn't too long. It's it is most of the day, but it will allow you to charge that. So let's say you're out camping, you run out of charge on the system, plug in the 100-watt solar panel, and you have it charged in about 7.5 hours. That's a full day of activities. I mean, most people, when they're camping, they head off in the woods, head off to the lake, or do other things. They're not just staying at the campsite. Now, for those of you that do just hang out at the campsite, allow it to charge as you guys are doing other things, like watching the fire, cooking food, hanging out with the family members. This would do well. The 100-watt solar panel will do amazingly well for you with, of course, that 500. Total weight is approximately 19.3 pounds with the solar panel and that 500. It's a great weight, great price point. $479. You can't go wrong with that. I love this solar panel. So do we have any questions, guys? Any questions at all about, while I'm asking that, anybody pick up anything good on Black Friday? I didn't get a thing. I didn't have time to shop. I did not get a thing. Not one item. Well, we're going to show you guys the very beautiful 1000 V2. Now, the 1000 V2 is going to be our deal of the day or deal of the week, let's be honest. This has actually been our hit item for the shows. Now the 1000 V2 is coming in at $399 today. That's a legitimately 50% savings. At 50% off, you guys are going to get a station that's going to allow you to run your Christmas decorations without a problem. And we do have a nice little video of that in action. Running your inflatable decorations or lights, well, why not use the Jackery Explorer 1000 V2 to actually do that? Now you guys are seeing that wattage climb right there, and of course it's going to show, of course, how much hours are left at 22% battery. Now we do have, of course, multiple light sets and, of course, a lot of inflatable decorations plugged in.
Thank you, Lois, for posting that. I was actually just looking for that to post it myself.
You guys on scene. Now, the cool part is actually in the back, on the other side of the fence, there's actually 5 more inflatable decorations and more lighting that is actually being ran off of this. Now, the whole lighting and icicles that you see around the porch as well is being ran off of this beautiful 1000 V2. Now, guys, it's going to do a well job for all of your holiday decorations, paired up with, of course, a solar panel, and you don't have to actually charge it on your wall plug. You're doing it all by solar power. Now, the 1000 V2 packs quite a wallop with 1070 watt-hours of power for all of your decorations.
So as you guys see, you guys can use this 1000 V2 to run multiple inflatable decorations, including a whole bunch of different lights. It's going to do well for that. Paired up with the solar panel, it's going to run it for even longer. Now, we're going to show you guys the 1000 V2. Now, the 1000 V2 is coming in at $399 today. That is your Cyber Monday deal. Now, at that beautiful price point, you're going to get an amazing little solar panel that's going to do phenomenally well for you. That is the 1000 V2. Now, the 1000 V2 is actually 24 pounds of weight. At 24 pounds, you guys have a phenomenal product that can be carried with you and taken in most situations. Now, this would do well in your car, would do well pretty much anywhere that you ever wanted. It is 1070 watt-hours of power. At 1070 watt-hours of power, it has 3 AC outlets. Those 3 American Standard wall plugs will allow you to do, of course, 1500 watts of pure sine wave power. Can peak at 3000 if you truly need it. You also have one USB-C port that does 30 watts of charging capability. You also have one USB-C port that does 100 watts charging capability. Below that is a USB-A 18 watt port, and above that is a DC 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug. You also have the flashlight on the front that's going to do 3 modes of brightness: low light, high light, and SOS pattern. Now, SOS pattern is literally just for warning people in case of emergencies, but you guys could also warn your wife that you've been sitting there and you're bored if you really wanted to as well. She might get annoyed, but hey, have fun with it and just do what you need. It is 13 inches long by about 8 inches wide by about 9 inches tall. This is a nice little package. Now, fully charged in under 2 hours on the AC outlet in standard fast charging mode. It's got Charge Shield 2.0. Charge Shield is a new charging technology that they designed for the newer stations. With Charge Shield 2.0, you can put it in emergency supercharging mode in the app. When you activate it in the app, you guys can have it fully charged in 1 hour charge time, which is a quick charge rate. If you had 2 of the 200 watt Solar Saga solar panels, you guys can actually do this in 2.5 hours and you're good to go. When fully charged, you guys can run multiple devices, including projectors, Bluetooth speakers, space heaters, and of course, your drone batteries. Now, you could also do a laptop about 14 times. You guys could do a Starlink for about 10 hours. Maybe 40 cell phone charges. 20 drone batteries, 14 hours with the mini fridge, about 1 week with the Wi-Fi router. It's a 15 watt Wi-Fi router. If you guys want to do a house fan, about 23 hours or 91 hours with a Bluetooth speaker. Now, if you guys want to use those power tools like the orbital sander, the palm sander, the hand drills, the circular saws, and chainsaws, anywhere from 60 minutes or below is your runtime with this. You guys could also do a tea kettle for about an hour or that rice cooker for about 2.5 to 3 hours. If you want to do a movie night out back with the 100 watt movie projector, your runtime is going to be about 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours is what you're going to get. Now, the 1000 V2, like I said, $399, that's a 50% savings. At 50%, you're getting quite the power station that's going to do fundamentally very well for a lot of you. Now, you don't have to just get the system by itself. You can get it with the 200 watt solar panel. When you pair it with the 200 watt solar panel, it is 46% off. That's a $700 price tag. At $700, you're going to get that 1000 V2 and one of their larger and more powerful solar panels. Remember, there's only one other panel that's bigger than this. That's the 500X. That 500X just dropped down, so this was their powerhouse panel. If you had two of those, guys, 2.5 hour is your charge rate. Flame retardant shell, fire resistant shell, shockproof shell, very lightweight, does accept up to multiple solar panels without a problem on the side plug, has over 4,000 charge cycles until you hit 70% battery, and will still have a whole bunch of charge cycles after that. Now, this is a really beautiful little piece that's going to do great for you. Now, do make sure that you're using the 8020 plug, not the 7909. The 7909 is going to be for your smaller systems. Now, the 8020 will be like on your 600 plus, the 1000 plus, the 2000 plus, 3000 Pro, the 1000 V2s, the 2000 V2s, and so on. So that, of course, is the 1000 V2, which is like the deal of the day. That's our best deal. That's the best product. That's an amazing little piece for you. If you guys know me, you know I like my ice water. All right, let's talk about lemon drops, voice loss, and more shows to come. Just having fun with you guys. Just having fun. We're going to move on to the big brother of the 1000 V2. Now, the big brother is actually the 2000 V2. The 2000 V2 is literally sitting right next to it. This is a well-done product. Now, this well-done product is going to do, of course, still app control like the other devices. In app control, we can control the flashlights, we can control the AC outlets, we can control the DC outlets. Just like that, my flashlight is on. Just like that, we can go brighter. Just like that, we can hit SOS pattern or even shut it off. Now, we can also turn on the DC plug, which is controlling the USB-C port, or I can turn it back on. It's that easy to do. Now, in-app, you guys can actually do this type of stuff right here. This is a cool little piece. You have 36% battery. That's going to do 76 degrees of charge rate. Now, that battery can go higher. This is just your battery reading. You guys can see all the controls. Inside there, we can turn on and off the screen as well. If we want to, we can go into emergency charge mode for that 1 hour charge rate, or we can do, of course, charge settings, battery settings, or energy saving mode. That is how you're going to do the app. The app is completely free and accessible to anybody that has an Android phone or iOS phone. That means your Apple products or your Android products. 2,042 watt hours of power in a package of 39 pounds. 39 pounds is all this weighs. Now, $791 is your price for said item. At $791, you're going to have to use that discount code that we have for it for that price. Now, 2,042 watt hours of power, it's only going to take 2 hours to fully charge on a wall outlet, or 2 hours with, of course, 6 of the 200 watt solar panels. Now, technically, you can get there, but don't worry about it. You guys can actually have it charged in 1 hour time with, of course, super emergency charge. You have 3 AC outlets that do 2,200 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 4,400. You have that flashlight, the 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug, a USB-C 30 watt port, a USB-C 100 watt port, and a USB-A 18 watt port. When fully charged, you will be able to run multiple devices without a problem, from your small PCs, your 200 watt desktop PCs, for about 12 hours. You guys can even do a CPAP machine for over 50 hours. A 1150 watt window AC for about 2 hours. 3 hours with the coffee maker. About an hour and a half with your microwave. If you want to, 45 drone batteries, 60 cell phone batteries, 19 hours with an inverter heater, or that 5 hour runtime with a blender to make drinks. For those of you that are gone away from home for weeks on end and you come back and you need to mow the lawn, but all you have is an electric lawnmower, 2.25 hours is what you're going to get off that 2,200 watt lawnmower. Hour and a quarter with the chainsaw, about 3 hours with a drill, of course 4 hours with an angle grinder, or 20 hours with the water pump / air pump at that range. If you really need to, guys, plug in the hair dryer, get it going, and you're good to go. Or about 15 to 16 hours with that nice little projector. This is an amazing little piece of product that's going to do well in a nice small package. Now, it does, of course, have a UPS connection. You guys can use this as an uninterruptible power supply. In the event that you plug this into the wall and you have a device plugged into it and the power goes out, it's going to have a 20 milliseconds of delay switchover. 20 milliseconds is barely even recognizable. Now, the 2000 V2 is actually created with what's called cell-to-body technology. Cell-to-body technology means the battery is encapsulated in a honeycomb design inside the housing. That means the battery compartment is actually smaller than the original, which means that it takes less to build. It's a lot smaller, which means you guys have more space around it. It's going to do pretty much what you expect. With that being said, I can kind of show you guys a size comparison difference. You guys are seeing the 2000 V2 on the table. Now that's a really amazing little station. But watch this size difference. Can you see the size difference? 2000 V2. Now the 2000, of course, is over 40 plus pounds. 2000 V2 is 39 pounds. Same 3 plugs. Same, of course, USB-C ports, USB-A ports. This just has one extra USB-A. Flashlight on this one, and the plug is, of course, on the 12 volt is plugged and covered. Not a big deal. Still has that beautiful screen, has the Carrying logo and all of that. It's a size comparison and, of course, a different battery mixture. This is not a LifePo 4 cell compared to the one at the bottom. Size and weight is the difference. This weighs a lot more, this top piece. Woo! Did you guys see it? You guys catch it? I feel like I'm going to end up breaking that solar panel at some point. I'm scared. Scared, guys. Scared. Now, the 2000 V2, again, can be used like the 1000 V2 to run your Christmas decorations, your Halloween decorations, or your Christmas tree, or the sorts. I do have a video for that. We're going to show it to you because I love showing this video because of the dog that's in it.
The Jackery Explorer 2000 V2 might be the power station that you didn't know you needed until the Christmas decorations come out. Now, guys, this is actually 2,042 watt-hours of power.
All good, Sheila. You just missed me dropping the glass solar panel.
Actually start coming out of there. 109 watts of usage right now, which is going to give us about 13 hours of runtime for all of these inflatable Christmas
Phil missed it, too.
And, of course, all of the lighting that you are seeing here. Now, there are also...
Phil and Sheila just missed me dropping the glass solar panel. I tripped on it and dropped it. What's up, Phil? And then we got the Goldie sitting there shining at the end. Dude, I'm surprised I haven't broken it yet. I've dropped it or tripped on it 3 times now since this show started. I'm going to be honest, guys. To do these shows in the area I'm doing it in, I'm a little bit packed in. I know I need to be a little bit careful, but I was actually just handling the 2000 system, the original, and it got caught by my foot when I set the system down. That's all that happened. It's all good. We're totally fine, so it's one of those things. 2000 V2, $791. Wyatt, thank you for the follow. What's up? How are you doing? It has been over a week. It's definitely been a week, though. Now, if you don't want that system by itself, you can actually get the 2000 V2 with 2 of the 200-watt solar panels at a 40% savings. That's $1,500. Normally a $2,500 price tag. At 40% savings, you're getting quite the system. You're getting that 2,042 watt-hours of power that could pretty much run your house fridge, your ovens, and all other devices. And you're going to get 2 solar panels to help you charge it at a good charge rate. So if you guys need the 2000 V2 by itself or the 2000 V2 with 2 solar panels, we got you covered. And I now have hiccups, which is funny. Now those 4 items are, of course, the best deal of the day. If you guys are looking for something like that, check them out. You can't go wrong. I love the 2000 V2 and the 1000 V2. If you have questions, always, guys, ask. We're here to answer.
We love to actually answer these questions that you guys have. We've had some great questions. We've actually had somebody ask us how long you guys can run a respirator off one of these. We had them ask like the CPAP machine. We even had somebody ask us about if we can use it to run a Christmas tree, and yes, you guys can use it to run Christmas trees. We then had that beautiful question from, I'm not sure who it was, but they asked us if we could actually use it to run the house without any power drainage and then take it with us. Now, that system that we're talking about is going to be the 5000, and that system can be used as running your whole house, but still taken on a trip or traveled with you, which was actually a really cool thing. And then, of course, I found that beautiful hidden little deal. When you buy the 2000 V2, and I totally forgot about this. When you buy the 2000 V2 by itself, actually, I think those sold out. Oh, it did. I can't say it no more. Nope, sold out. Sorry, guys. I'm just not going to bring it up. That deal actually sold out. Wow. And it's sold out for the free gift. My bad. I added a set of Govee RGBIC LED lights to our entertainment center. I love the Govee lights. I use them all around me. You guys can see them around me. I like the RGB look. They do make a great ambiance. And guys, pair it with a beautiful little Jackery station to run it, and you can't go wrong with that. I actually have a set of RGB lights sitting there that's running off the 3000 Pro. I'm going to share that beautiful code with everybody one more time. If you guys need, this is those codes you're going to need. There we go. There we go. All right, let's do it. Let's move on. Let's show you guys our biggest standalone system. The red and white with the red and white tree. You did candy cane lighting? Candy cane lighting, really? Is it because Hazel wanted to eat all the candy canes? Bright pink on the living room tree. Come on, we can change the lights around here. All I gotta do is say one word and it'll change all the lights in my house and yours. Let's go on. 3000 Pro, guys. We're gonna talk about that big, beautiful system in the background. That's pretty funny. I hit the camera. So let me fix the camera. So that is the station we're talking about. That is an amazing little station that we're going to pop in. It's not really that little, is it? This is a 64-pound package. By itself, it's $1,800. At $1,800, that's a 36% savings. At $1,800, you guys can use that 5% banner and save 5% off. Let's go here. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it and let's have some fun. 3,024 watt hours of power. At 3,024 watt hours of power, you're probably thinking it's going to take all day to charge. You're wrong. It's only going to take 2.5 hours on a wall plug, or 3.5 hours with 6 of the 200-watt solar panels. Now, that'd be the same rate if you had 2 of the 500s and 1 200-watt panel. It's going to take 6 or 3 of those panels to do 3.5 hours. At 3.5 hours, guys, you have 3,024 watt hours power via solar. Or if you want 2.5 hours on the wall plug. It is 64 pounds by itself. At 64 pounds, it looks like this. That is, of course, got 2 large 3-inch wheels and a telescopic aluminum handle. That handle is going to allow it to fold up in the housing and be put away in those times of need that you don't need it sticking out. Now, with that charge rate, you're going to have a beautiful little piece of technology that's going to pretty much run most of your house. You have 2 USB-C ports that do 100 watts charging capability. 2 USB-A ports that do 18 watts max charging capability. You have that 12-watt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug that's hidden away, and 5 AC outlets. 4 of those are your standard 3 prongs. The 5th is, of course, that NEMA plug. Now, they're going to do 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, but can peak at 6,000 if you need to go to that surge max. Can run in -4-degree weather. So at -4 Fahrenheit, you guys can still work this device. But I'm going to tell you, at -4 weather, your battery's not going to be at complete capacity like it would in a little bit warmer of a temperature. When fully charged, you guys will be able to run a 60-watt flat screen TV for about 35 hours.
Or you guys can run, let's say, a CPAP machine for about an hour, or about 100 hours, I should say. You guys could even do the 1150 watt window AC for about 3 hours, or your double door refrigerator for about 5 hours. That's a 520 watt draw. Still has the flame retardant shell, has LiFePO 4 cells, fully charged and a quick rate, but can even do your oven in 3 hours. 8 hours with the blender, 4 hours with the toaster oven, 2¼ hours with the microwave. Or if you really want to, guys, plug in that welding machine and do about an hour and 10 minutes of welding. Or you guys can do a half-hour welding and then do about, multiple hours of cleaning up all of those welds with your angle grinder. You guys can technically run an angle grinder off of this for 6 hours. Now, you guys know who you are, the ones that can't weld properly, that do all those booger welds. That'd be like Phil. Phil can't weld. I'm just going to say it. 32 hours with your electric water pump. That's going to be like your sump pumps. 6 hours with your drill. 3 hours with the lawnmower. Or if you really need to, guys, 101 cell phone charges. Or even 70 drone batteries. You can do even more, like 21 hours with the movie night with the movie projector, or 15 hours with your mini cooler. If you truly need to do it, this is actually a 64-pound package by itself, $1,800. If you want to get it with two of the 200-watt solar panels, that's a $1,999 price tag. At $1,999, you're getting the 3000 Pro and 2 of the solar panels, plus use that 5% discount code. That 5% discount code is going to give you guys an extra 5% off of the top. So you're already at 50% off. Now you guys are going to be over that. I have more lights to put. Of course you do. Phil just took off because he doesn't want to stand here and be made fun of his welding. Now the 3000 Pro is definitely a very amazing little piece. Now it has 9 forms of protection, or 9 temperature sensors, 12 forms of protection. Does come with the cabling. Does have nice large handles on the side. Has that hidden thing. Does work with the app. If I pull up the app, I can shut that light off just by hitting the switch. Or I can turn it back on by the hit of the switch. It's about 30 milliseconds between the device and the light itself. The light actually has about 20 milliseconds itself. That is a beautiful little station that will stand the test of time and will power pretty much whatever you can think of. I've had it doing window ACs. I've had it doing decorations. I've had it actually do my TV. I had it plugged into, of course, an Xbox and a TV. I even had gaming laptops hooked up to it, or even a gaming desktop. It will run all of these devices without a problem. The only devices this will not run is going to be 240 volt devices. It doesn't accept 240 volt. It's 120 volts at 60 hertz, no matter what. This device can be, of course, paired up with, let's say, the manual transfer switch and be hooked up to your house. That is a full different package deal. Now, that package deal is actually about $2,400, which is a great price point. At $2,400, I believe, I want to make sure before I state it. Yeah, at $2,400, that's like 41% savings, which is phenomenal. The manual transfer switch will hook up to your house near the circuit breaker box. That's, of course, feeding your house from the power pole. This will actually link with that. Then you'll plug it in with the cabling, and then you guys can run the station off of that. It's going to give you a nice quick switch over while still allowing you to use all of the plugs that you connect up to it. There's like literally 5 circuits though. It's not a lot. That is, of course, the 3000 Pro station. Now we also have a perfect little package. This is going to be the 300 Plus and Mini 40 solar panel. The 300 Plus and Mini 40 solar panel is a great dealing package. This is an 11-pound package. At 11 pounds, you got a phenomenal device. 288 watt hours of power that can be fully charged in about 2.5 hours. At 2.5 hours, you guys got an amazing charge rate. But you guys can do a lot more than you have in the Mini 40 solar panel. When you pair this up, it's less than 11 pounds. You guys can take this camping, hiking, quick emergencies, or perfectly put in your car. LiFePO 4 cells. The LiFePO 4 cells are going to do 288 watt hours of charge in under an hour and a half. You do have one AC outlet that does 300 watts of pure sine wave power. It can peak at 600. You have one USB-C port at 100 watts, and you have one USB-C port at 15 watts. You also have the USB-A port at 15 watts and that 12-volt 10-amp plug. On the opposite side is a flashlight that does single brightness and SOS pattern. Has that nice large screen and a handle that can be folded away. When fully charged, you should be able to do about 13 cell phone charges without a problem. That's a good deal right there. Now, paired with the Mini 40 solar panel, and you have it charged in about 7.5 hours. This is fully waterproof, water resistant. It's only 12 inches tall by 10 inches wide. The 300 plus package is actually coming in at $279. At $279, you guys can do more than what I just stated. You guys can run plenty more without an issue. Ranging from like 5 drone battery, 4.5 hours with the fan, 3 hours with the laptop, 13 cell phone charges. You're going to have a great deal. Add that Mini 40 solar panel and you guys are fully charged at 7.5 hours, which is decent charge time. You can run even more than that, guys. You can do, of course, the mini fridge for about 2.5 hours. You guys could even do, let's say, that Wi-Fi router for about 15.5 hours. You guys could even do a flat screen TV for 4.25. 7 hours with the heating pad. 4 hours with the heated blanket. 18 hours with the Bluetooth speaker. At 288 watt hours of power, you guys have a great little piece that is actually decently well priced. $279. That's a 30% savings for you tonight. For a package like this, that would be a great gift. Now, Sheila, you know you want to get this for your kid. You should buy it and wrap it up or just buy it and keep it for yourself. That's your choice. Mini 40, 300 plus, 30% off. Can't go wrong. You really can't. You're late to the party. He dipped. He just up and left. He was like, oh, I got to go hang decorations. Now, we know at 8 o'clock at night he is not hanging those decorations. He just decided to go lay in bed. Keep it for myself, eh? No, you don't want to keep that for yourself. We know the one you want. You want that one right there. That's the one you want. You want that one right there. We know that's the station you're looking for. You should get it. Don't hold back. Get it. Don't hold back. You should get that. Yeah, exactly. Get grid panels. Get the big solar array. That would work perfect. You get that large 4,000 watt solar array that puts on the roof of your house or on a big pole outside. Pair it up with that. You're off the grid. Now, still, you would leave it onto your electric company to run in offset times, or in times of need for like winter and stuff where it's really snowy. But that would be the perfect setup. You need it. You need it. Oh. Can you believe how white my head is? It's scary, isn't it? All right, we showed you guys the 300 plus, but let's show you guys the 600 plus. Now, the 600 plus is a good little power station that I was actually running a Christmas tree off of for the last few days. Now, for the last few days was a decent runtime, but I did unplug it tonight. We're going to talk about that station up there. You guys can see the size difference of this. That's 16 pounds. 16-pound package that's going to pack quite a wallop. 632 watt hours of power. Now, at 632 watt hours of power, you guys, it's only $400. At $400, you're saving 20% off. It is going to take you about 2 hours to fully charge it on a wall plug if you need to. It can be charged in Charge Shield 2.0 with that 1 hour charge rate, which is decently well done. When fully charged, you're going to be able to use 2 AC outlets that do 800 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 1600. You have 2 USB-C ports. One's a 100 watt port, one's a 30 watt port. You also have that 18 watt USB-A and that 12 volt 10 amp DC plug. On the opposite side is, of course, that beautiful flashlight that's going to do multiple brightnesses and SOS pattern. SOS pattern, that's to warn people that you are in need of assistance. You have the foldable handle that can be put away, and you guys can see that handle up there. That's a great handle. Now, on that full charge, by the wall outlet, you have, of course, 2 ways of charging, or if you want to do it with, of course, 2 of the 100 watt solar panels, 4 hour charge rate. When charged, you guys can run a car fridge for about 6 hours, 7 laptop charges, 27 phone charges. That's going to be like your iPhone 14. You guys can do about 36 hours with the Bluetooth speaker, 27 camera batteries, Or if you really want to, 5 hours with the movie projector, 1 hour with the 520 watt refrigerator, 8 hours with the TV, or 10 hours with that beautiful fan to keep you nice and cold. Now you guys could also do, let's say, a laptop 4 times, light, that's a 5 watt light bulb, 50 hours, your 15 watt fan about 32 hours, or if you truly need, just run that Christmas tree for over 50 hours as well. The 600 Plus is coming in at $399 by itself, which is a great deal. But get it with that 100 watt solar panel for about $599. At $599, you're going to have a system that's going to do perfectly well in all of those times of need. Now I'm going to get up and kind of show you guys the 600 Plus a little bit. You do have a power button. When you hit that power button, guys, you're going to be able to see that screen that's going to show you guys we're at 80% charge. I can hit the AC button to turn on the AC outlet. I can turn it off. I can turn this on. Or if I want to, I can hit the flashlight. The flashlight's beautifully well done. I can go brighter or hit SOS pattern. If I don't want it on, guys, just like that, I'll hold down the button and shut the whole system down for a good amount of time. You have the handle, of course, silicone pad that's going to allow you to carry. And when it's set down, you guys can stack stuff on it. This is a mighty, very good piece at 16 pounds of weight. It is quite portable and acceptable. Now, if you guys need right there, the 600 Plus or 600 Plus with solar panel. Yeah, I do too. That auto switch is amazing. I'm going to admit that auto switch for the 5000 is amazing. Because it can actually do 7,200 watts of pure sine wave power, can allow you to charge at 4,000 watts. But if you pair it with the second 5,000, it's going to do over 14,400 watts. On top of that, it's going to allow you to have 12 circuit breakers, which means you guys pretty much run most of your house with that. I agree, Sheila. That auto switch, that smart transfer switch is an amazing piece. And a smart grid app is even better. Everybody else is like, what are they talking about? We're talking about the 5000, guys. The 5000 is a really cool one. It's got a lot of stuff to it. I will be getting to the 5000 in a few. So do we have any questions about any of the stations that we have shown so far? It's kind of quiet in here tonight. Is everybody really that tired from shopping all week that we can't talk? Ouch. I just hit my toe. We're going to ignore that. All right. We can talk about modular then. Let's go bigger. Let's talk about the 1000 Plus. We're going to talk about the brother next door. We're going to talk about that right there. That is the 1000 Plus. Now the 1000 Plus is 1264 watt hours of power in a nice little package. It is 32 pounds. At 32 pounds, guys, you have a system that has 3 AC outlets that do 2,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 4,000. Has dual USB-C ports that do 100 watts charging capability, dual USB-A ports at 18 watts max charging capability. Has a 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug and a flashlight that can still work as an app if you want to. Now, by itself, 1264 watt hours of power, you guys can have it fully charged in a little over an hour and a half on a wall plug. Or if you have 4 of the 100 watt solar panels, about 4.5 hours. Now you guys can even do 4 of the 200 watt panels and have it charged in a little over 2.25 hours, which is decently well done. In the car, on a cigarette lighter plug, about 7 hours is your charge time. Now with all of those charge rates, you guys can run multiple devices without a problem, and that's going to be a wide range of things, from either like a blower to power drills to pruning saws to angle grinders to even your lamps, flat screens. You guys can even do a projector or, of course, portable air seat. If you want to do about 58 phone chargers, 15 laptop chargers, 29 batteries plus on a drone, or 53 camera batteries, the 1000 Plus is definitely the way to go. By itself, guys, it's $645.99. That's a smoking deal. Or pair it with 2 of those bifacial 100 watt solar panels and get it for $929. At $929, you have the perfect product. Now, don't wait. There's more. No, we're not going there. We actually have a bigger package. This is going to be the 1000 Plus kit. The 1000 Plus kit is going to be the station, the battery sitting above it. So you're going to have, of course, 1264 watt hours of power times 2. When you add that battery, you just doubled it, 2,528 watt hours of power.
The battery does link with the linking cable. It's going to turn on and off with the station, but it is going to double your runtime off of the station. You're still going to be able to keep the power range that you have already had with the system, but you just double the runtime. By doubling the runtime, guys, you're going to get this for $1,400. You guys can get extra batteries, though, up to 3 of them total. When you have 3 batteries total, it's over 5 kilowatts of hour. At over 5 kilowatts an hour, you guys are going to be able to run your house for at least a day or so. To be able to run your house for a day or so, it's beautifully well done, but remember you only have 3 AC outlets to connect all of those devices. Now, the 1000 the 1000 Plus comes in 3 different packages that we're showing you guys tonight by itself, with solar panels or with the full battery and station. Each new battery is going to be approximately $500 or less, which is actually on sale, which is a great deal. Normally like a $600 price tag. So that's a cool idea. Great little gift. Amazing little piece. It is actually lightweight, very capable of being moved around without a problem. Has, of course, 2 linking cable that's going to go A to B, A to B, A to B, depending on which direction you're coming, if you need to. Now, the battery can turn on fully by when you turn the system on. Now, you aren't going to be able to turn the system on by the app unless you have it already on. Now, you guys are going to notice that when powered on and the battery came on, it shows 100% charge. It shows 82% charge. Down here is a battery indicator that's going to indicate how many batteries you have linked up. By turning it off, after holding it down, you guys will see that screen shut off just like that. 1000 Plus kit, guys, is $1,400 for you today, which is a great smoking deal. So if you have questions about the 1000 Plus, just ask, and we're here to answer for you without a problem. Now I'm going to show you guys another quick little video to show you guys some actions and comparisons of like the 1000 V2 versus, let's see, where is that? I know I have this. Maybe it's not the 1000 V2, it's a battery. 1000 Plus battery pack with digital screen. The digital screen does tell you guys the percentage of the battery itself with this device. Now you can shut that off or even turn the battery completely off by holding the power button off. Now with this battery does have a handle. The handle is of course accessible. It does have a silicone pad top strip so you can pick it up and carry it around with their beautiful Jackery logo on the back front. Now when I flip this over, guys, you're going to see that there's an expansion slot ports back here. This is what you're going to plug into the power station. This is what you're going to use to link up to another battery. And you can link up to 3 batteries total with the power station on this. Now you do have an A port and a B port. The A port is where you're going to connect up from the power station to this. The B port, of course, is going to be from this one to the A port on another battery. When and not in use, close that little lid, grab your handle, and of course put it away. The battery is a beautiful little battery that's going to do very, very well for a lot of you. So that is the battery they compare with the 1000 Plus. It's really, really great. And you guys can actually do up to 3 batteries. At 3 batteries, 5 kilowatts of hour power. It's a phenomenal product that's going to do well for even those of you that want to run household items. A better idea would be taking it in your toy hauler, your RV, your motorhome, your shed, your garage, or even that race car toy hauler. If you guys hit the racetrack, guys, why not pair this up with 3 batteries? Allow it to charge all the tools you need at the track. Put the solar panels on the top of your trailer, and you guys can recharge it throughout the day, and you guys are ready for all the track fun that you need to have. 1000 Plus system, guys, is an amazing little system that's going to do perfectly well for you. Full kit, can't go wrong. Separate batteries if you need. It's an amazing little thing. It is a cool item. I like it. Now, we also have the Big Brother. Now, what do we mean by Big Brother? This is going to be the step up from that 1000 Plus. How much of a step up? We can kind of talk about it. This is going to be a very, very large system. This system is more geared for off-the-grid living or home backup or all-around emergency use. This system is going to look identical to the 3000 Pro, but it's only going to weigh 62 pounds. Now, the 62-pound package still has 2 large 3-inch wheels. This is the 2000 Plus. Whoa, that camera just went weird, did it not? Now, the 2000 Plus is a 62-pound package. 62 pounds. It's got multiple AC outlets, multiple USB ports, multiple USB-C ports. But it looks like a suitcase. That is what it looks like. It's going to look like that. It's going to have 2 large 3-inch wheels like your lawnmower has. It's going to have aluminum handle that can be folded up and put away. Now, you're probably thinking it's going to be hard to move that device, but it actually leverages really well. When you leverage it, it'll allow you to tip it and roll it and push it or pull it however you want to. It has 2 USB-C ports that do 100 watts max of charging capability. It has 2 USB-A ports that do, of course, 18 watts max charging capability. It has that 12-volt 10-amp plug. That's that cigarette lighter adapter that's hidden by that cord. It does have a 2-inch screen in the middle that's going to show you guys the indication of the battery level and, of course, all the devices that are connected up to it. When you have devices connected up, you guys are going to see the input and output charge on the screen. You have 5 AC outlets. 4 of those are your standard 3-prong American plugs that do 3,000 watts per sound of power, can peak at 6,000. You do have that 5th one that's going to do 3,000 watts up to 6,000 watts, and a really cool little package of a NEMA plug. This device is only going to cost you $1,300. That's a 35% savings. At a 35% savings, guys, you can run multiple devices. It's going to take you approximately 2 hours on a wall plug to fully charge it. Or 2 hours with 6 of the 200 watt solar panels. Or if you want to use 6 of the 100 watt panels, about 6 hours. 25 hours in a car can be used as the EPS, emergency power supply. When used in that mode, it's literally only 20 milliseconds to switch over at 30 decibels. What is 30 decibels? Decibels is a reading of how loud something is. Now, at 30 decibels, that's like kind of loud, very quiet. It's like super quiet. Most of the noises you're going to hear is when a fan kicks on or a switch kicks over. That's it. When fully charged, you should be able to run a window AC without an issue on this, over 3 hours. You can do about 100 or so hours on a CPAP machine, 12 hours with the desktop PC, 2 hours with the AC, 1.5 hours with the microwave, or keep going. You have about 3 hours with the coffee maker if you want to. You guys can also do, let's say, mini fridge for 14 hours, 26 hours with the freezer. 15 plus hours with the movie projector, an hour and a half with the hair dryer, about 2 hours with the tea kettle. Half an hour with the welding machine because it can accept 6,000 watts of power. This is 5,800 watt welding machine. Lawnmower about 2.25 hours. 4 hours with the ankle grinder. 20 hours with, of course, a beautiful little water pump. You guys can also do a blender for about 5 hours, 60 phone charges, 2 hours with electric grill, 19 hours with inverter heater, 45 drone batteries, and of course 20 hours with the air pump / water pump. What's up, Cy? How are you doing? Welcome to the show. Cy, keep me awake. Let's have fun. Make some jokes. By itself, $1,300 is a great price point, but why not get it with, of course, 2 of the 200 watt solar panels? Now, that is an $1,899 price tag. That's a 42% off savings, but you guys can use that 5% to get off as well, that 5% code. Now, what we're going to talk about is the $200 clippable coupon on the package deal. You can get the 2000 plus the E2000 plus battery pack and 2 solar panels for $23.99. At $23.99, guys, it's a phenomenal price point, but you use that 5% discount code off as well. You just doubled your battery time by adding that battery. That battery is 2,042 watt hours of power per battery, up to 5 of them. Each battery can actually plug in 6 of the 200 watt solar panels to the back to charge itself in 2 hours. If you don't want to do that, the system itself can use 6 panels and charge it about that rate as well. You can also charge these batteries by leaving them plugged into the system and only running off the solar panels from the system. To do that, it's going to take longer to charge. The system is, of course, acceptable up to about 40 hours of runtime without charging it outside. That's really cool. Now, the 4000 kit's a beautiful piece. It's a great piece. It's going to do very well for you. Has a great coupon code. It also has that 5% we guys can use. And it's going to be able to have 5 batteries. When you add 5 batteries, that's 12 kilowatts of hour power. When you add 12 kilowatts of hour power, you guys have a system that's going to run for multiple days without a problem on most of your simpler devices in the house. That's going to be like your lighting, your heater, your water tank, your TVs, and that of the sorts. The moment you start adding the bigger appliances like your stoves and stuff, it's going to change the runtime with that. This system can be ran in parallel with another 2000 plus. When ran in parallel with the second 2000 plus, you are capable of running 600 watts automatically. You're also capable of adding 12 solar panels. You're also capable of adding 5 extra batteries, so you guys can have 10 batteries total. When you have 10 batteries total connected between the two devices while they're linked, that's over 24 kilowatts of hour power. At 24 kilowatts of hour power, that's a really great charging system right there. 48% off, guys, already. $200 clippable coupon on top of that, plus a 5% coupon code that we have. You're saving yourself quite a bit of money. The 4000 kit might be the kit you've been looking for. Definitely check it out. So what's up, Sai? What'd you get over Black Friday? Sheila said she tried to get some stuff, but she won't tell me exactly. Now, we will be moving on to this big bad boy right here. Now, I'm going to play that video for you guys for the 5000 before we get to the 5000. I really want you guys to see the video because the video is well done for the 5000. It really does do a job.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs for a whopping 60 kilowatt hours of storage and a 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator. With Jackery 5000 Plus, life goes on uninterrupted, unbound by the limits of the grid.
So that, of course, is that video for the 5000. Now, this is actually a very beastly system that we're going to get into. Now, this system is going to do so much that it's going to really, really impress you. We're going to show you guys the system in its full. Then we're going to go into full detail. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff with it. Now, I'm going to talk about the weight of this system. It's 132 pounds by itself. At 132 pounds, that's probably heavier than Sheila. Now, with that being said, 132 pounds, most people aren't really going to think they can move that. Well, this can actually be moved with ease, and it can be done very, very well and capable with the designing that they did. Now, it does have a handle. It also has wheels, and the wheels do well, but we're going to show you guys how easy it is to move this device. Literally come back here, there's a handle. This handle can actually be put up and down if you need to. When it's up, literally tip it with 2 or 3 fingers. Once you tip it, you can roll it with that much ease. It rolls very, very simple. You guys can tip it, turn it, roll it, slide it, pretty much whatever you want. This will go across most surfaces without an issue, including dirt, carpet like you see here, concrete pavement, some mud if you need to. Just watch out for sand. Sand, it's a little heavy, guys, will dig down. On the bottom, you're going to have 2 3-inch wheels and, of course, those nice, beautiful casters. On the very bottom, you're going to see a handle. That handle is, of course, if you set it on the side. This device doesn't have a handle. The handle can be put up and put away if you really need to. There are 2 more handles on the side. This is for lifting up 132 pounds. If you guys need to lift this up and move it around, you guys can actually do that just by that. If you need to, leave the handle up and allow it to roll to wherever you need. Now the system is 5,040 watt hours of power. 5,040 watt hours of power by itself. That's a big battery bank. Very big battery bank. Now, let's kind of go into this. $2,999 for the station by itself. $2,999. That's actually a really good price point. I believe the original price point they were at, the MSRP, is like $3,500. Now, they have an introductory price point right now, which is they want you guys to be able to see it, have fun with it, and talk about it, right? So they marked it at $3,000. At $3,000, you guys can use that 5% discount code all day long on this. That's right. You guys can use that 5% discount code to purchase this. Now, 5,040 watt hours of power can be charged in 4 different ways. And we're going to talk about how you guys can charge it in those 4 different ways. On the front, when we zoom on in, and we're going to zoom on in there, and you know what? Let's zoom in a little bit closer with you. Do you guys see the USB-C ports? You have 2 of those. Those are 100 watt ports. You also have 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts as well. On the other side, you're going to have that 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug. That 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug will do well for like the battery charging cables that they actually created and carried. It will also do like, well for adapting to add either USB-C ports or USB-A ports. Or if you guys are old school and still have one of those dust busters, you guys can plug that in through the cigarette lighter plug. Below that are 4 AC outlets. Those 4 3-prong AC outlets are going to actually do 120 volts at, I believe it's 20 amps, but at 7,200 watts. At 7,200 watts, there's not a device in your household that you probably could not run off of this. That means you guys can run your central AC. That means you guys can run, let's say, your hot water tank. You guys can run that 5,000 watt convection oven that, has the double doors, the triple fans, has all the elements around it that can also turn into a microwave. That really beautiful oven. This could run that without an issue. It could also do that 100-inch TV without a problem. Now, 7,200 watts of pure sine wave power through this device. 7,200 watts. It's a crazy amount of power right there. When you move back out, like I said, it does have that beautiful logo, has that nice large screen. Every button can be individually turned on and off by press. So let's say if I want to hold the power button down, it's going to turn the screen on. If I want to turn the USB hub on, it'll turn on, the green light will come on. If I want to shut it off, hit the switch. It's very fast acting, just like the AC outlet. The AC outlet now kicked on and we're on. It's actually showing 120 volts / 240 volt / 60 hertz. 240 volt. What? Yeah, you guys have to actually turn that on if you want that 240 volt. When you shut it off, just power it all the way down or actually use the app. That's up to you. On the front, on the bottom, you have casters. But on the side, you have a multi-port of plugs. The plugs are actually really, really nicely done. Let's zoom on in there. You're going to have one 14-50 NEMA plug. That's that bottom plug. 14-50. It's a dual voltage plug. It's a 120 and 240 volt plug. Below that NEMA plug is 4 AC reset relays. So if you guys trip it, you'll hit the button down here, it will reset it. Above that is your 14-30 NEMA plug. Again, 120, 240 volt. Now the bottom 14-50 will allow you to plug into, let's say, your RV or your motorhome to charge it that way.
You guys could also plug into your EV car to charge your EV car off of this if you have that adapter plug. Above it is a smart transfer switch plug, the AC expansion slot. The AC expansion slot is going to allow you to pair it up to a smart transfer switch, a manual transfer switch, or a second 5000 plus system. That plug is very well easily done, which is great. On the back, which I don't normally do, it's got these nice little rubber silicone pads, which you guys probably can't see, but if I bring it up, you might be able to. These silicone pads, that is literally for laying it down on its back on the ground if you wanted to. Now, I do not recommend laying it down like that. It's 132 pounds. You're not going to want to lift it back up all the time. Now, on the opposite side, which I'm going to roll this way, I'm going to roll it again, and I'm going to roll it completely around. Now, it seems like a lot of work, but we're doing it for a reason, because there are some plugs on the opposite side. We're going to come down here, we're going to zoom in, and of course we're going to get you guys in the perfect placement. Down here, you have a DC plug. That DC plug on the bottom is for connecting up extra batteries. That's your DC expansion port. Above that is your AC plug. Your AC plug is going to allow you to plug it into the wall port and charge it off the wall plug. Under here, you're going to have the DC 8020 adapter plugs for your solar panel. That's your low power voltage array. 1200 watts is what it allows. In the middle, which I know is kind of hard, is going to be your high power voltage array. Your high power voltage array is what Sheila was talking about to get a very large solar panel system that connects on the top of your house or a big metal rack out in the yard. To use that high power voltage array, you'll actually have to turn this switch like you guys can see to the side. It is going to take some pressure to pop it. It's on purpose. When you don't want to use it, literally leave it pop back. Now, on the top, when we zoom out, you guys are going to notice my ugly knee, but you're also going to notice this large orange handle. There's one on each side. That's how I deadlifted that a few minutes ago. When we roll it back, we're going to talk about it some more because, let's be honest, this is a great piece. Now, by itself, like I said, the 5000 plus is $2,999. That's actually quite acceptable for a system of this size. Now, 5% extra off if you guys use that discount code that we have for you. That's a great discount on top of what it's already marked at. This system can do so much, it's crazy. We're going to go full in depth with this system in a second. First and foremost, like I said, 7200 watts of pure sine wave power through the AC outlets. 5040 watt hours of power. This is going to be great for the emergencies, home usage, power outages, and much, much more. It has dual voltage connections for whole home appliances or even EVs or your RV. It has a 20 milliseconds of switchover. Now, that's like your UPS switchover. Now, that is your standard connection for that. If you want to, inside the app, you guys can actually change it to 0 milliseconds of switchover. When switched to 0 milliseconds of switchover, that is going to be good for your Wi-Fi connections, your PCs, your home data centers, or even your aquariums. If you guys do fish aquariums, I'm sure you guys are always worried about your fish oxygen machines and stuff like that shutting down. Without those going in power outages, your fish can suffer. With this, they will not suffer at all. Now, 30 decibels of noise is the loudest this will get. That means you guys can put it next to your bed and still sleep without an issue. By itself is a great price point. You can't go wrong with that price point. I mean, $3,000 and then, of course, a 5% off, you're saving yourself some money. With the 5040 watt hours of power, you should be able to run a 32-inch flat screen TV for at least 2 days without a problem. You'll be able to do a dryer for about 3 hours as well. Now, a dryer is going to be like your home dryer, your big dryer. That's like clothes. 3 hours of drying time with that. Up to about 4 days off of the system by itself with a fridge. That's not bad. Your central AC is a lot of power. Let's be honest. That's gonna be like cooling your whole house.
2 hours off of this battery by itself. Unfortunately, that's where you're at. If you have a window AC, like your 1150 watt window AC, 4.5 hours is your run time with that window AC off of the system by itself. 10 hours with the heater. Now, we can kind of talk about this. This is actually calculated for blackouts or brownouts in the, like standard usage time in America. So that's where they calculate this. There's a smart app control that's going to allow you to do what's called smart energy usage, or a battery optimization by electricity cost. Now, inside the app, you guys can actually sit there and then do by optimizing it by the cents per hour at certain times. So let's say, like I always say, 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. at night is your most highest rated power time. That's because more people are home watching TV, cooking dinner, cleaning house, doing homework, showering, and all of that. Hey, welcome back, Trevor. Welcome back. And AC, thank you for the follow. So during that time, your electric company might charge you, let's say, 56 cents per kilowatt an hour, right? 56 per kilowatts. From 9 p.m. on till about, 3 o'clock the next day, they charge you maybe 30 cents an hour. You can set it up in the app that it's running off of the solar station during the higher priced times. That will also allow you to charge it during lower priced times if you wanted to, which is kind of cool. Now, it is still very portable. It's like 61 kilograms or 132 pounds. Retractable handle, large, strong wheels. Now, the measurements of this are approximately 27 inches tall by 15 inches wide by 15 inches deep. It's not really that big. It doesn't even come up to my waist, which is just crazy to think about. Dual voltage, superior output, guys, it is a phenomenal little product by itself in its own right. Now, $3,000 is your price point for the system alone. If you want to, though, you guys can actually get this system and the 500 watt solar panel. Now, the 500 watt solar panel is going to be that big, large 500X solar panel. That large panel is going to come with the system. Now, the price point about that is I think they have it marked at $4,300 on the page, $42.99 I think it is, but there's a $600 clippable coupon. So that's going to bring you down to $3,699. At $3,699, you're getting that $3,000 system. You're also getting that $1,000 solar panel at a great discount. You're getting a good discount. So you're getting that large panel and that beautiful station. If you really want to, though, they have the full kit. Now, the full kit's kind of cool. It's going to be 2 of those solar panels, a smart transfer switch, and the 5,000 plus. Now, we're going to talk about the full system, and that's where we're going to get kind of into this. The full system is amazingly well done. 2 of those 500X solar panels, smart transfer station, the system itself, the cabling, for $4,999. There's a $1,000 clippable coupon. Now, each solar panel is $1,000 by itself, right? So that's $2,000 for 2 of those. You have $1,700 for the smart transfer switch. There's $3,700 right there. You then have a $3,000 system. So you think about that, you are actually doing very, very well for you guys. So I really like that, you have a system that is normally probably about $6,700 total price point if you really want to be honest, and you're getting it for $4,999. That's a crazy price point. That's actually like a $1,700 savings right there. Now we're going to kind of get into this. 2 of those 500 watt panels is going to pull about 500 watts. Now remember, I said you guys can charge this at 1,200 watts of charge rate through the low power solar panel. So if you have 1,200 watts of charge rate on that low power solar panel, it's going to take about 5 hours to fully charge this device. At 5 hours, that's 1,000 kilowatts of hour per hour. That's not a bad charge rate to have that much charged through this. If you don't want to go that route, you can use the AC cord. That's going to be your 3-prong cable. This 3-prong cable is going to allow you to actually charge it in approximately 3.5 hours. At 3.5 hours, you're pulling 1,800 watts of charge through that system. Now, like Sheila wants to do, she wants to do the high power voltage array. A high power voltage array is a large solar panel array. That solar panel array is going to be a minimum of 4,000 watts of power through that system. Now, this system actually allows for 4,000 watts of charge rate through the high power voltage array. That's going to allow you to pull 4,000 watts of charge rate through this. That will allow you to fully charge this device in a little over an hour and a half. At a little over an hour and a half, you guys have 5,040 watt hours of power. That's under 2 hours for that. That's crazy quick with that charge shield. It's got that new charge shield put in. It's not the only way you can do it though. If you want to, guys, if you really want to, you can connect up this device right here to your circuit breaker wall. So you'll go and find where your power comes in, right? I'm at 8,600 watt hours now. You're at what? That's a lot of power, Sheila. That's a lot of power. Soon to be. So is that what you're pulling in through your solar, or is that what your stations are all at? Now back to what I was saying. Oh yeah, that's what you're actually charging at. That's nice. That's a good charge rate right there. So these sales are actually Cyber Monday sales, Trevor. So they're pretty much the exact same price point right now for this system. Not much has changed for it. They're Cyber Monday prices though. Now, this station will be hooked up to where you'll actually get your power off your utility pole. Your utility pole comes to your actual house. On the opposite side of that is your electric circuit breaker box. You're then going to have this installed by an electrician to that breaker box. It's going to run in conjunction with it. Inside, this will allow you to connect up 2 stations. With that, it's going to have 12 electric circuit breakers inside. So just like your standard circuit breaker box, this is going to have 12 of those inside here. Now, it will run off of the grid. Now, when running off of the grid, guys, you're going to be able to pull 4,000 watts of rate through this to charge this system. Now, you don't have to do that. You guys can actually run it off of just the system and then, of course, charge off of your solar. And that's kind of cool. You guys can literally shut off the outside grid and not have to worry about it. Or you guys can run it with the grid as well and just take and go by adjusting inside the app. With the 12 circuits, you guys can run bedroom 1, you guys can run the bathroom, you guys can run the hot tub, you guys can run, of course, maybe the garage, maybe the cellar, maybe you guys have an attic, maybe you have a basement, maybe you have a gaming room, maybe you have a hot tub, maybe you have a pool that you want running. You have 12 different circuits that you guys can connect up, pick the best ones that you're really worried about, label them and connect them up. That's what you're going to do. Now, with one system that's 5,040 watt hours of power, which is great, that one system can actually add 5 batteries. The moment you add 5 batteries, you're literally going to have 30 kilowatts of hour power. At 30 kilowatts of hour power, that's probably your whole household for at least 5 to 7 days without a problem running off of it. And that's what they say one system can do. One system. You can connect 2 systems. When you connect up 2 systems, you're now running at 14,400 watts of power. 14,400 watts of power. That's a crazy amount of power. That means you guys can run multiple rooms without an issue off of this system. Now, you added 2 systems together to have that 14,400 watts. That means you guys can actually run 10 batteries. When you add 10 batteries, you're going to have 60 kilowatts of hour power. At 60 kilowatts of hour power, you should be able to run it for at least 15 days without a problem. That's going to be on your standard devices. That's not meaning running your 5,000 watt convection oven. That doesn't mean running your 1,400 watt flat screen TV that's 100 inches, that's smart controlled, that's got all of the speakers and everything, right? This is going to be your more normal situation household. Your standard fridge, your standard stove, your standard microwave if you really want to, your lighting, and of course hot water tank and smaller heaters. Yes, you can run all of the larger stuff off of this without a problem, but you're going to need that charge rate. So you're going to have that larger solar system or that larger outdoor power grid charging area. Now, like I said, though, you guys can set up and optimize the charge rate and runtime with this. So if you do keep your outdoor utility company connected to this, you can actually have it running on the lower priced times. And I like that. I'm running a TV, You're running a TV, a monitor, 2 work monitors, 2 laptops, a 75-inch TV, living room lights, and a fridge. Office stuff, backlights. So, how many stations are you doing that off of, though? Come on. I want to know. 5,000 plus, guys. The full system, $4,999. At $4,999, you're getting a great package deal. Now, that solar panel that you're getting with it is actually a really, really beautiful one. 1 station, 3 batteries. 1 station and 3 batteries. Now, I'm glad to know that you're doing that. So, I mean, you do have a lot of panels outside. So, I mean, you're having a good consumption of charge rate. I'm not sure what your charge rate allows through that system, though. So that's my one question. Robin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the show. Can I get the 1,000 to run my CPAP machine for one night? Yes. Jim, the 1000 V2 will be able to run your CPAP machine for a night without a problem. Most definitely. So like, let's say the 500 solar station, the 500 will be able to run it over 9 hours without an issue. The 1000 V2 should be able to run it for probably a couple nights, I would say, without a problem before you need to charge it. So yeah, the 1000 V2 would do well for you, Jim. At $400, that's actually a really, really cool piece. At $400, that's an amazing piece. Mine doesn't run it for 6 hours. Do you have a heated hose? Does yours have a heated hose on it? That would be my question. So the ones with the heated hoses actually take more power. You can actually shut off the heated hose and it will drop the power wattage. You can also shut off, if yours has a Wi-Fi connection, turn off the Wi-Fi connection as well. So there's a few variants with that. But yeah, do you have the 1000 V2 or the original 1000? So you got 6 more. Sheila, you gotta slow down, Sheila. Come on now. You're outdoing me here. You're outdoing me with the stations. Oh, so you have the original 1000. So the original 1000 actually a little bit less of a system. You should still be able to get it to run with that. So let's say your CPAP machine should be about 48 watts or less. At 48 watts, you should be able to run about 17.8 hours. I'm from the 18th. What are you watching here? You're watching Amazon Live. So you have the original 1000. Now, let me check something real quick. I want to see. I don't know if they even have that. I don't think they even have that so I can see it. But yeah, so like the 1000 V2 should be able to run it. It really will depend. So Jim, I mean, if you have the wattage of your CPAP machine, you should be able to do the math algorithm on Jackery or over here to figure out the runtime. Now, like I said, if you can shut off the heated hose or shut off the Wi-Fi connection of that system, it will drop the wattage of usage with that. Does this sale really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I already answered that. At the most, it runs for. So, Jim, I'm actually able to get my CPAP machine on the 500. I can get it to run on the 500 for 9 hours without the heated hose. Now, my CPAP machine may be less wattage than yours. So yours is 65 watts of power. So at 65 watts of power, you should be able to get it to run for about 13 hours. So that's on the 1000 V2. So that's 1070 watt hours of power. So you should get a full night with that. You'll probably have to shut off the heated hose and the Wi-Fi connection. So that's going to be kind of what you're looking at, because at that range, that should be pulling about 38 watts after that. At 38 watts, you should get a full night without a problem. I know a lot of people need the heated hose because it helps them breathe better. That's just one of the things. But yeah, so like on the 1000 V2, the newer system, you should get about 13.2 hours or so at 65 watts of draw with the heated hose. All right, so with that, guys, we showed you guys an amazing, huge system back here. The 5000. That's a big system. That system will run your whole house without a problem. Now, I was talking about how you guys can connect it up to the station with the smart transfer switch to your house. Now, when you connect it up to your house permanently, it's not permanently connected. The 5000 plus system can still be disconnected through the adapter cord. When you unplug the adapter cord, that means you guys can actually roll away this 5000 plus system and take it with you. That makes it still portable. Now, keyword should. Yeah, so should. And I say it sparingly. Let's be honest. It should, by theory, do that. Now, that doesn't mean your system isn't one of those ones that pulls a lot more power. I'm just going to go there. Now, my system, I know, only pulls about 28 watts without the heated hose. I have a watt tester, so I've actually put the watt tester on it to see it. I've ran it for over 9 hours off the 500. Lydia, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Any more questions, guys? We're definitely here to answer any questions that you guys may have or may have to ask. Now, we do get the CPAP machine asked a lot. Now, we also had somebody ask us the other night about the respirator. Now, I had no clue how much power the respirator pulled until they said over 100 plus watts. At 100 plus watts, that's a lot of draw for a respirator. I mean, I get it. It's an oxygen machine that a lot of people need to have. That will take a big system to keep that running. We also had the question about, can you connect this up with the smart transfer switch and still be able to take it with you? Yes, you can. You guys are able to disconnect it and take it with you. Rather it be if you guys are going on a camping trip, an RV trip, maybe you guys are going across country in your RV or motorhome and you want to take it with you. Disconnect it from the house and take it with you. Another good idea would be like if you guys have, let's say, a camp or a cabin that you guys go stay at during winter or during summer, maybe a lake house. Set up another second transfer switch, and then you guys can take the system from house to house with you. Or even get a second one so you can have one at each house. It's a great idea for that. Now, with 5 batteries, like I said, 30 kilowatts of hour power. 30 kilowatts of hour power, that's a crazy amount of power. That's going to do fundamentally very well for you with the 5000 plus system. 5000 plus system is an amazing little system that just does perfectly well. Now, we can range from different items. We showed you guys big ones. We showed you guys small ones. We started to talk about solar panels. The 500X solar panel is that new solar panel that comes with the 5000 plus. Now, that solar panel is a large solar panel. This is kind of just a raw video that you guys can see right here. Now, that is the 500X solar panel. It is 6 panels deep. Each panel is 85 watts of connectability, is linked all together. You're going to have 10 hinges that need to be put together from front to back. It's also going to come with 40 screws that need to be screwed into this. Now, with that being said, you guys will have, of course, Anderson clip cabling on the top that's going to connect all these 85 watt panels together. You do not have to connect them all. You guys can actually just do 2 panels, 3 panels, 4 panels, all the way up to 6 panels. When connected, they are approximately 96 inches long
by 39 inches wide. When disconnected, each panel is 39 inches tall by 20 inches wide. When fully folded together, they are approximately 3.5 inches wide. That's not that wide, and it can fit in, of course, the carrying bag. Now, with that, guys, I have another video where I took it outside kind of to show you guys out in the grass. This is it spread out. You'll notice that it looks almost like an accordion or, like a screen style variation. With that is set it at 20-degree angles because it is a bifacial solar panel. That bifacial solar panel is going to do 25% efficiency in converting light into power in low light settings. That's going to be like overcast skies or like, slight rain or slight snow. It should still get a solar charge. Now, when you do that, it's fully waterproof, water resistant, and can be left outside for long periods of time without an issue. It is not going to have an issue when left outside, which is great. This solar panel is a $1,000 solar panel. Let's go there. $1,000 for that large panel up there. You guys can see in that corner. The 5,000 plus kit comes with 2 of those. You're going to get 2 of those. That's going to do 1,000 watts of charge rate for you. Add a second 200 watt panel or a third 500 watt panel, and you're going to be able to get the full 1,200 watts of charge rate for you. Now remember though, you don't have to do it that way. You guys can do, of course, that very large high power solar array that most people put on the roofs of their houses or their garages or their sheds, or they make a big old metal rack that sits out there and that moves with the sun, which is kind of cool. If you guys can get a moving solar array, more power to you, and literally more power to you. Now, that will accept 4,000 watts of charge rate. At 4,000 watts, guys, that 5,000 plus is going to be charged in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. That's a quick charge rate for you. You have great options, great ideas. Now, like the 1000 V2 at $399, the 5000 is coming in at $4,999. Now, the 1000 V2 is going to be our deal of the day. The 1000 V2 is like at a crazy price point for you for a system of this caliber. Now, I'm going to check the 1000 V2. We're going to start talking about that again. We're going to move the camera, of course. We're going to change cameras. We're going to go to the table. Let's pop down here. Now, we were just talking about the 1000 V2 and if it can run a solar panel or a CPAP machine. Now, in theory, when you do the math, yes, it should be able to run a CPAP machine for about 13 hours without a problem. If you get rid of the heated hose, it should be able to run a lot longer. This is a 24-pound station. At 24 pounds, you're getting 1,070 watt-hours of power. At 1,070 watt-hours of power, it's a decently done device that can charge rather quickly. The charge rate on the 1000 V2 is technically 2 hours fully charged on an AC outlet in standard quick charge mode. Now, the 1000 V2 actually has a new technology called Charge Shield 2.0. Charge Shield 2.0 inside the app, if switched into emergency charge mode, will allow you to charge this in 1 hour. Use that sparingly. It's literally meant for in emergencies. Let's say you guys know a big storm's coming, you're going to lose power. Set it up, charge that system, have it ready to go for you. That's that quick charge rate for it. Now you have 3 AC outlets that's going to do 1,500 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 3,000. You have 2 USB-C ports. One's a 30-watt port. One, of course, is that beautiful 100-watt port. You also have the 18-watt USB-A port and that 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. You then have the flashlight that can be controlled by app and all of these switches that can also be controlled by app. The app is, of course, Android-based or iOS-based. That's Apple or, of course, Android. That means anybody should be able to download the app from any phone without a problem or any tablet. You guys will get it off the Google Play Store or the Apple Play Store, and you'll use it and hook it up that way. When fully charged, you're going to have 1,070 watt-hours of power. 1,070 watt-hours of power is a decent amount of power to run quite a bit of different products. And the ranging of products will range from like a leaf blower to, of course, a Bluetooth speaker, to a space heater, to even drones. Now, your drone batteries, that's going to range like, let's say, your DJI Mavic 2s. That's going to be like 20 drone batteries charges off of this. 10 hours to 29 hours with the Starlink, depending on if it's standard or mini. 14 laptop charges, 40 plus cell phone charges. If you want to run that 15-watt Wi-Fi router about a week without an issue, your mini fridge should be able to run for at least 14 hours without a problem. You could even run a microwave off of this or an electric blanket. Electric blanket's going to give you around 12 hours. Your 45-watt house fan should be able to run for about 23 hours without a problem. 10-watt Bluetooth speaker, crazy amount of runtime, we're not going there. Circular saws, chainsaws, and hand drills will range from anywhere from 40 minutes to 60 minutes depending on the wattage. Now, you could even do a rice cooker for about 3 hours, a 100-watt movie projector for about 8 hours, or if you want to, guys, the tea kettle for an hour. This has a wide range and variety of a system that will do well for a lot of different people in a lot of different variations. It's the price point of this actual product. At $399, that's a 50% savings for you. At 50% off, you're getting quite the product, and that product is going to do very well for you. If you want the 1000 V2 with the 200-watt solar panel package, that's $699 today. At $699, you're getting a very large solar panel and this system. That's a great price point and a great deal. Now, if you had 2 of those 200-watt solar panels, you would be able to fully charge this device in about 2.5 hours. In 2.5 hours, you should be almost at 100% charge without a problem. That's a great little piece. Charge Shield 2.0 is an amazing little product, and the app is fundamentally beautifully well done. Now, you will get, of course, the AC charging cable. You're going to get the user manual. You're going to get the Explorer 1000 V2, and if you guys get the solar panel package, you'll get that and the cabling for that. Any questions about the 1000 V2 or 1000 V2 solar panel? Now, guys, I've actually been here approximately 2 hours and 11 minutes. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I will be right back, and we'll enjoy some more time.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for EV charging hubs. Connect up to 10 extra battery packs for a whopping 60 kilowatt hours of storage and a 14,000 watt output. Everything's made possible by the smart transfer switch, where you effortlessly connect Jackery 5000 Plus to your home's electrical system. This gives you intelligent control over power from the grid. Recharge the batteries with most third-party photovoltaic systems or Jackery Solar Saga 500X portable solar panels. So, if there's a blackout, your entire home automatically reverts to battery power with no need for a noisy, smelly backup generator. With Jackery 5000 Plus, life goes on uninterrupted, unbound by the limits of the grid. This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells, arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 70.
Okay, I am now back. I had my small little break, and we're going to keep going with this. Now, we're going to go over to the 2000 V2. Now, the 2000 V2 is an amazing little system that you guys are going to enjoy just as much as the 1000 V2. It's going to pack a little bit more of a punch. It's going to weigh a little bit more, but it's going to do very well for you. Now, the 2000 V2 is back here on the table next to the 1000 V2. Now, it's literally the big brother to the 1000 V2. It's going to have 3 AC outlets, 2 USB-C ports, 1 USB-A port, and that 12-volt 10-amp plug. Now, we talk about the app control. We kind of can show it with action in this one where the flashlight comes on, or it can go brighter or hit SOS. It is now telling Sheila that she should bring me dinner. Not really, not really. Now, if I want to, guys, we can turn on the screen so you guys can see the battery percentage with this on the front. It's going to say about 35%. We are pulling about 7 watts of draw through that USB-C port. At 7 watts, that's all it's taking to run my LED Keystone lights. Now, I have been running those lights for multiple shows for multiple days. So, you know, when we started, I think there was a lot bigger of a charge than there is now on the system. If I want to shut that plug off, I literally just hit it from the app and it shuts off. We now are pulling 0 watts from that device. Turn it back on, and of course my light is now back on and we're up and running. With this device, it's 2,042 watt hours of power and a 39-pound package. Now, at 39 pounds, it's actually very, very smaller than the original. Amazon customer, hello, how are you doing? How was your evening? Now, the original product weighed a lot more. So the original 2000 actually weighed over 40 plus pounds. I think it was like 45 pounds or so. Now, with that being said, it was actually quite bigger as well. And I actually have it sitting over here. If you guys want to see the difference of this device in comparison to the original, we can actually do that. So that is the 2000 V2. Now, the 2000 V2 is a decently sized system. It's not super big, but it is decent size. If you grab the original, you guys can do the judgment of how much bigger the original is compared to the new one. I mean, clearly you guys can see how much bigger, how much wider, how much taller it is. You probably cannot see the width of it, but it is, of course, even wider than the new one. So that's the kind of size difference that you're coming for this. Now I'm going to sit this back on the ground without stepping on my toes and all of that other cool stuff. So that is your kind of size difference of that system. Now with the new system, they actually have new technologies, including Charge Shield 2.0. They also have what's CTB, Cell to Body. Now cell to body is going to be the way the battery is designed and housed in the shell of the system. They made it look like a honeycomb design, or let's say cells of a honey hive, beehive. It's going to have round circles with, of course, a bunch of, like designed out. It's going to allow the batteries to sit in the circles, and that means the battery housing is smaller. The original housing took up about 3 to 4 steps to create. It now takes approximately 2 steps to create the battery. You're literally putting them in the housing after dropping the metal clips in and then soldering it on. That's it. It's a lot less, which means the turnaround time's quicker, the shell is smaller, the battery is stronger, and it can do all of that we need. Now, 2,042 watt hours of power can be fully charged in 2 hours time on standard fast charge mode. That's your standard wall 3 plug. That is in default connected that way. Inside the app, though, you guys can put it in quiet charging mode. If you want to put it in quiet charging mode, it will take approximately 5 hours to fully charge this device on the wall plug. Now, you don't have to do it either of those ways. You guys can put it in what's called super emergency charge mode, which is meant for emergency situations. If you need it charged really, really fast, switch it on and have it charged in 1 hour time on a wall plug. Now you have 2 USB-C ports. One's a 100 watt port, one's a 30 watt port. You have the USB-A 18 watt port and that 12 volt 10 amp cigarette lighter plug. On the opposite side is that beautiful flashlight that we just showed you guys in action through the app. The 3 AC outlets, the American Standard 3-prong wall plugs, are going to do 2200 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at surge 4400. Now, at pure sine wave, it is a flat line that works perfectly, no spikes, no peaks, nothing, and you don't have to worry. At surge, you got a little bit of a wave, not too much. That's going to go, really scary and worry about plugging in your electronics. The 2000 V2 can be used as a UPS, uninterruptible power supply. When you use that, it's going to take about 20 milliseconds to switch over. So let's say you have the 2000 V2 plugged into the wall.
you have your device plugged into this. It's going to run off the wall plug until the power on the wall shuts off, and then it will simultaneously click over in under 20 milliseconds. Most devices will not realize that 20 milliseconds of switchover. It's going to still have a power current during that time. I do recommend testing out devices like your medical devices and stuff, or your fish tanks, to make sure, or even your fridges, will stay on during that time. Now, with it, you guys can actually do quite a bit, but it is $791 today. If you use that Black Friday discount code that we have for you, it's $791. That's a 53% savings for you. At 53% off, that's a crazy good deal for a lot of you. Now, we're going to go into this, what you can technically run, what you can't run, how much devices, and how long you can do that. Now, we're going to give you guys an in general runtime with some of the devices. Some of the devices I haven't tried, but it is a recommended suggestion runtime. Now, they say you should be able to run your CPAP machine for up to about 50 hours without the heated hose. That's going to be like your 28-watt system. You should be able to run 1150-watt window AC for about 2 hours without a problem. Your 200-watt desktop PC for about 12 hours. Your microwave for about an hour and a half if you really wanted to. Now, you guys can do about 60 cell phone charges, 45 drone batteries, 19 hours with an inverter heater, about 5 hours with a blender, or Christmas decorations for a crazy amount of time, and we'll show you guys that video in a minute. 4 hours with the angle grinder, 20 hours with the water pump, about 2.25 hours with your lawnmower if you really need to. It's a 2,800 watt draw or 2,200 watt draw. Now, electric drills, hand saws, if you need, can be done. Movie projector night, 15 plus hours without an issue. You guys could do a little over an hour and a half with the hair dryer if you really wanted to. Now, it is a great home backup system that will do perfectly well for a lot of different people in different situations. Now, that 2000 V2 can do even more than that, let's be honest. You guys can run the Halloween decorations, Christmas decorations. You guys can run your shop lights off of it if you truly need. You guys can do, of course, let's say, about 8 hours with the drill. That's decent. You guys could do 2.5 hours with the chop vac, 2.25 hours with the coffee maker, 2.5 hours with the tree trimmer if you really wanted to, 34 hours with the 50-watt laptop, 34 hours with the 50-watt laptop. Now, 17 hours with a 100-watt refrigerator, that's going to be like your dorm refrigerators and stuff, which is not a bad runtime. 39 pounds is where it's at. $791 is an even greater deal. Now, I actually have a video of this in action running a bunch of different Christmas decor. V2 might be the power station that you didn't know you needed until the Christmas decorations come out. Now, guys, this is actually 2,042 watt hours of power. You turn that AC outlet on, and you're going to start seeing that power and wattage actually start coming out of there. 109 watts of usage right now, which is going to give us about 13 hours of runtime for all of these inflatable Christmas decorations and, of course, all of the lighting that you are seeing here. Now, there are also 5 more inflatable decorations outside the fence that you're not seeing in this video. Now, it is, of course, running all of the Christmas lights as well on top of that, but you might not realize how much it can do until you see it can do it. And, of course, now you guys are going to get photobombed by the cutest golden retriever as well in that video. So, guys, multiple Christmas decorations. That's literally a good long run time with that system for all of that stuff. Imagine that at 100% charge using solar panels. You guys can run those Christmas decorations all night without an issue. That's a phenomenal thing. Now, that was pulling over 100 watts. Now, imagine if that was a CPAP machine, guys. It should do well for you. That, of course, is the 2000 V2 by itself, or 2000 V2 with solar panels for $1,500. They got you covered. Now, are there any questions about the 1000 V2 or 2000 V2? Please ask. We're here to answer. Now, those are pretty much what we call the best deals of the show because they are phenomenal stations at great price points. Definitely very portable, very acceptable, and a lot of people could use those. You know, some of the bigger ones, we get it. Some people may not want the really huge ones for all day general usage of taking places.
they can be done there, but it's actually kind of cool. I don't see any questions, which is all good. Totally understand. I mean, it is definitely Saturday night. Everybody has had a long week and a bunch of shopping yesterday. So we can talk about the 3000 Pro again. The 3000 Pro is a really nice station. Now, we're going to move cameras. We're going to move up the table. We're going to talk about it. That is the 3000 Pro. Now, the 3000 Pro power, station is a beautiful station. It's 3,024 watt hours of power. At 3,024 watt hours of power, you're going to have a station that can do well. And I'm going to show you guys something real quick. We're going to show you guys a video that I actually did. This is the 3000 Pro in action running a movie theater. Now, what do I mean by movie theater? It's my projection screen and my projector. It's also running my Nintendo Switch, my actual smart plug, and of course the air purifier. It's pulling about 272 watt hours of power. It says I have about 10 hours of runtime on 99% battery through the one AC outlet. Now, with that being said, I have of course a WiiMax short throw Nova projector. I also have the Nintendo Switch. I have the Blu-ray player connected up. I also have the air purifier, which you guys aren't seeing, and that Wi-Fi router, all plugged into that. It is running this device like it's nothing. And of course, you guys can see right there. Video doesn't do it justice. It's a lot brighter than you think. When you shut it off, it's super, super bright. This is an amazing idea. You guys could do a movie night, play video games this way. There's a lot of different variations you guys can actually do with this system. Literally set it up, start playing video games, having fun, and all of the other cool stuff. This system can do that. Now, 3,024 watt hours of power that can be fully charged in 2.5 hours on a wall plug. 2.5 hours for over 3,000 kilowatts. Now, because it is over 3,000 kilowatts, you actually unlock what's called a 30% tax credit. That tax credit is actually through the Residential Clean Energy Credit Program. You'll have to reach out to your utility company, ask them, or get the link to the actual website and actually do that, which is kind of cool. Now, when you do that, you guys can actually get a tax credit back. I think it's max is like $1,200 or something like that, depending on the system you have. Now, this system, fully charged, does have 5 AC outlets. Those AC outlets are going to do 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 6. You also have 2 USB-C ports that do 100 watts. You also have a USB-C port that does 18 watts. You also have that 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. This is a 64-pound package that looks like, well, looks like that. That looks like a suitcase. That's got 2 large 3-inch wheels. The 2 large 3-inch wheels and the telescopic aluminum handle will allow you to roll it across carpet, concrete, dirt floors. You guys can roll it across dirt outside, your grass. You guys can also roll it across sand if you're careful, but it's going to probably sink no matter what you do. But you're going to be able to do it. The handle allows you to tip it, roll it with ease. Now, with the system, because you have all of that power, you guys can technically run a 60-watt flat screen TV for about 35 hours. You guys can run an 1150-watt window AC for about 3 hours. You guys can do a 520-watt refrigerator for over 5 hours without a problem. You can do more than that. Let's just go there. You guys can do 8 hours with a blender, 3 hours with your actual oven. That's an 800-watt oven, all right? 21 hours with the movie projector. Now, you guys saw I was only getting about 10 hours with my setup, but it was multiple devices. Now, 10 hours isn't that bad of a runtime. That's a few videos or movies without a problem. Now, 70 drone batteries, 101 cell phones, guys, if you truly need 2.5 hours with electric grill, or if you want to, go out to the metal shop, plug your welder in, weld up that broken part of your car or your table, whatever you're welding on. You'll get over an hour and 10 minutes. That's a 5,800 watt draw. At 5,800 watts, you're going to get an hour and 10 minutes of runtime. That's crazy. Now, we can kind of go into this, guys. 6 hours with an angle grinder, 60 watt water pump, 32 hours. 6 hours with your drill. It's got a lot of different uses. You guys can do even more than that, like your, let's say, I'm not going to go there. You know, coffee maker, maybe 5 hours. It's your charge time with this system, like 2.5 hours on a wall plug. If you have 6 of the 200-watt solar panels, 6 of those panels will have a 3.5 hour charge time with this. Now, the system alone is a great price point. With the solar panels, it's $2,000. At $2,000, you can still use that 5% discount code that we have down there for you. If you want the whole system with the manual transfer switch, that's like $2,374. At $2,374, you guys can take 5% off. With that 5% off discount, you guys got a great deal. It's an amazing little package deal, let's be honest. The 3000 Pro will do so much more. Let's go there. You guys can run your whole household. Let's say the power goes out, your wife's getting ready for work. She needs to use her makeup vanity. Plug it in. Let her use the LED lighting. Let her use the curling iron. Let her use the hair dryer. Let her get all dolled up to go to work or to wherever she's going. She just got out of the shower. The power goes out. Her hair is wet. Plug in the hair dryer. Let her dry her hair. It will work that way. This has so many different possibilities. This would be great for your wood shop, your garages, your sheds, even on the go in your RV, your toy haulers, your racetrack diesel semis, pretty much whatever you guys could think of. This will do well for you. Add the 6 solar panels and you're charging during the day and running the system off of it as well without having to charge it through an electrical outlet. 3000 Pro system, guys, is an amazing little piece that you might want to check out for yourselves. Do we have any questions? Don't see any questions. I think pretty much quiet around here. Now, we have some other videos that we can play, guys, to show you guys other options of different things that you can do with certain of these items. Now, the kind of options are like the 0 milliseconds of switchover. Doing a quick test of the Jackery Explorer 5000 Plus. Now, this is actually bolstering a 0 milliseconds of switchover as a UPS, so uninterruptible power supply. Now, the cool part is I actually have my air purifier connected in, of course, to this piece, and you guys can see that I have the orange cable connected up to the wall, and we are actually charging that way from this. Now, you guys can see that we're pulling about 1,619 watts. About 1,619 watts of input into this, which is actually quite cool. Now, the very cool part is I'm going to come over here, I'm going to pull that cable, and we're going to see if it can actually keep running the devices as we pull it. So, bear with me as we pop down here and I pull the switch. The switch is fully pulled, and we, of course, you guys can see no interruption between the service and the device. And you guys can see the cable is now unplugged. Now, the cool part is if I come back over here and plug the cable back in, we're now plugged back in. And, of course, we have no voltage. And all of a sudden, the voltage is going to start charging back up to the device. So, uninterruptible, definitely. So, right there, guys, you can see, like, an option of what you can do with any of these systems. You guys can use it as a 20 milliseconds of switcher time. That means you guys can have whatever device plugged in and still running when the power goes out. That's a great little option that's going to do very, very well for you with that option. Now, I was kind of showing you guys in general with like the 5000 Plus, but you guys can do it with like the 3000 Pro, the 2000 Plus, the 1000 Plus, the 2000 V2s, the 1000 V2s. All of these have that UPS or EPS connection. UPS, uninterruptible power supply. EPS, emergency power supply. To run it that way, you guys will literally... Why does it need Wi-Fi? The system. So these stations have Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connectability. The Wi-Fi is going to be for when you're at home. When you're paired up to the Wi-Fi at home, it's going to allow you to run the app. The app will allow you to pair up and shut the device off through your home system while you're gone or at home. The Bluetooth connection will allow you to run the app as well. The Bluetooth connection is pretty much all the same thing. So you have Bluetooth Wi-Fi connectability. Bluetooth will be like when you're out in the wild and you don't have a Wi-Fi connectability. You're literally just going to pop up. The app's going to come on. You'll see your devices. You can pick the device you want. And inside the device, it'll allow you to shut that switch off. So let's say I'm not home and I want to shut the switch off. I can hit that and shut that switch off as long as the Wi-Fi is connected up in the house or it's still in there. Now, If Bluetooth connectability, it's going to be like a 5 point or Bluetooth 5.3 or something like that. Bluetooth 5.3 is going to give me about 90 feet of connectability of uninstructed view. So if I'm within 90 feet of this device without walls, I should be able to technically shut these devices off through my phone. So let's say I'm out camping. I do not want to get out of bed because it's cold, but I forgot to shut the light off. I can pull the app up and shut that off through that switch, and I don't have to get up. It's going to be like the same thing. Let's say I wake up from camping in the morning, the station's on, I have a little heater plugged into it, but I want to turn the heater on before I get out of the actual thing. I hit that switch, it will turn that heater on for me, and then I can start warming up before I have to get out of the sleeping bag or blankets. So that's kind of what that's going to work for. So it's pretty much app control. And the app control works really well. It's actually decently well done. I have tested it. I was actually tested it away from home. So I have cameras everywhere. Besides all the cameras that I'm on all the time, I have security cameras in my house. I actually recorded it, kind of testing it from away from home to see if it would shut the light off, and it works well. It does decently well that way. So that's what the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi connectability is for. That would be the same thing with that air purifier you saw. That air purifier is actually a smart air purifier. It's got Wi-Fi connectability as well, which is really kind of weird for a device like that, but it's just smart devices. Hopefully that kind of answered your question, Trevor. Hey, Justin, what's up? Hey, why aren't you in here, Justin? You should be joining in and talking too. Now, we're going to move back to the table. We're going to move up to that system right here. We're going to talk about the 1000 Plus, guys. The 1000 Plus is a system that you may want to check out. Now, the 1000 Plus by itself is a really phenomenal little product. It's 1,264 watt-hours of power in a 32-pound package. At 32 pounds, it's actually a modular little system. Now, what is modular? Modular to me just means you guys can actually add batteries. Now, when adding batteries to the 1000 Plus, you can add up to 3 batteries. Now, we're going to talk about the system just by itself. Now, this system does phenomenally well. It's actually 35% off today, $645. I know you've been here. I just, laughing at you. You're like me, huh? What's going on? Now, you're going to have 3 AC outlets that do 2,000 watts of pure sine wave power. Can peak at 4,000 if you truly need. You have 2 USB-C ports at 100 watts, 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts. You have that flashlight, the 12-volt 10-amp plug. You have the capability of adding 3 batteries. When you add 3 batteries, guys, you're going to have 5,000 kilowatts of power. The moment you actually have 2 batteries hooked up, you're over 3,000 kilowatts. Again, you are now eligible for that tax credit. This device could run a lot of different things. This would be great for like your smaller living homes, like your tiny homes. If you have a really small tiny home, this would work out well for you because it is actually quite small enough for that. Now, another great option for this would be for like your garage power work or your shed power work. Maybe you guys have a little chicken coop. You have a chicken coop that runs like, heated lights and stuff. This would be able to do that and allow the solar panels to charge it during the day. Amazon customer, what's up? Hello, welcome to the show. So like a chicken coop would do really well on running the heated lights or the heated lamps. It would also do good for like your little aquariums. So let's say you guys do like koi ponds, or you guys grow koi fish, or you do goldfish, or you maybe cichlids or something. You guys could run those air pumps off of this or the cleaning systems with that and allow it to charge at night or during the day off the solar, and then run it with this. It's got a lot of different versatility. Because of the size, though, it can be put in more places than, let's say, some of the bigger systems. Now, these systems do need to be protected from the elements. So, yes, it could run those water fish tanks and stuff like that. You do not want the water splashing on them. They're not fully waterproof. You don't want that. They have, of course, air vents on the sides. They have fans in them. You want to kind of protect them. You guys can get the system by itself for like $646. You guys can get the system with 2 solar panels for like $929. That's a 38% savings. Or you guys can get the whole 1000 kit. The whole 1000 kit's going to be the system, the battery, and 2 of those solar panels. The moment you add the battery, it's 2,528 watt hours of power. Now, it should, in theory, be able to charge in approximately about the same rate on a wall plug with 1 battery. Now, the moment you add a second and third battery, it's going to take longer to actually charge. It's a weird, finicky thing. Now, I've actually tested that, and I was getting about the same charge rate with the single battery, and that's why I can kind of say that. You may not be able to get the same with this. Now, again, you have the 3 AC outlets, the multiple USB ports, and all of the other variations. Under 2 hours fully charged by itself on a wall plug. 7 hours in your car on the cigarette car lighter plug. 4.5 hours with 4 of the 100 watt solar panels. Now, 4.5 hours. If you have 4 of the 200 watt panels, it's a little over 2 hours is your charge rate with this. Now, when fully charged, you guys can run multiple devices without a problem. The list will vary depending on what you have connected up. Your microwave should be able to run like 1160 watt microwave for approximately a little under 2 hours. Tea kettle, 850 watt tea kettle, about 2.5 hours. Rice cooker, 6.5 hours. Projector, about 18 to 19 hours with a projector. Now, your projector may be varied than mine. My projector is going to run a lot less than that. And I'm just going to be honest with you. My projector takes a lot more power. This will allow for 800 watts max DC input, which means your solar panel plugs. Now, when it's at max, it's like 22 amps, 800 watts draw, so it's a good draw rate. Single battery, station connected, great deal, great price point, can run so much more. From like your little blowers to your pruning saws, angle grinders, lamps, portable ACs, blenders, your kitchen oven if you truly wanted to, your kitchen stove if you had to, or your kitchen fridge. You guys could do hair dryers, you guys could do curling irons, you guys could do makeup vanities, you guys could do your gaming desktops, you guys could do your gaming lights like your Govee lights if you have Govee lights. All of your Christmas decorations could be ran off of this with no problem. Charge it during the day with solar, run it at night. I mean, most people are only going to run those decorations for probably 5 to 6 hours at night. If you guys have a lot of decorations, I'm sure your neighbors might be like, shut them off at a certain time. I'm trying to sleep. This will give you that option of running it. Now, 30 decibels of noise, it's literally whisper quiet. Fast charging mode is your standard charge mode. That's where it's pretty much set at. You can put it in what's called quiet charge mode. That will actually take about 5 hours to actually charge this device. Quiet charge mode is not a bad thing. It does have a lot of safety protocols and protections. It's got UL certifications. It's got that 94V-0 flame retardant shell. It's got an intelligent battery management system. Now, the battery management system, we're going to get into this. A lot of people don't understand this. These batteries are made up from individual lithium cells. Each cell has to have a balancer connected to it. Now, that balancer may be like a 3CS, like I run in my car, or it may vary with their own battery management balancer. That balancer is going to make sure that all of the cells charge and stay at the same charge rate the whole time they are connected together. That means one cell is not out of sync of any other cell. So let's say it's a 2.4 volt cell. All of those are going to stay at 2.4 volts while charging and discharging. That means these cells are going to stay in link and one cell will not take out the rest. Now, a lithium battery, in theory, I'm going to go here, in theory, should stay charged for a long period of time. It should stay charged for over 12 months without an issue. Do I recommend you leaving it and not charging it during that 12 months? No. You should always charge these batteries at least once every 2.5 to 3 months. Every 2.5 to 3 months.
To do that, we'll actually top off or tender the battery. When tendering and topping off the battery, it's going to make sure the balance is perfect. It's going to make sure that your current's perfect. It's also going to keep that battery in a live state. Now, when keeping it that way, that means you guys' charge and discharge will stay there, and you're going to get that, let's say, 4,000 charge cycles at 100% battery, and it's not going to dissipate quicker. After 4,000 charge cycles, your batteries will probably drop down to about 70 to 80% of charging capacity. That means for the first 10 years, you're going to have 100% charging capacity of that battery. After that, it's about 70 to 80% depending on your situation. Now, usually range in between there. I know my car is probably at the 70% range with my batteries, but that's the way that works. I always warn people because a lot of people don't understand. They're going to think, oh, well, I can plug it in. I'm going to come back later in about 12 months. My system's going to be okay. They go to charge it, and their system goes sideways. That is pretty much with any car battery. Any battery you use. Let's say you guys leave your car outside for 12 months. You go out to start your car. What does it do? It probably goes boop, 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 not wanting to start properly. You put a charge on it, it'll take charge. But in about 3 days later, that charge is now re-dropped back down. Same thing in theory. You guys have to kind of tender them and take care of them. So I'm just giving you guys that information so you guys don't, kind of worry about them and all of that. It's just one of those things. Lithium batteries, that's the way it works. Now, I had a water around here. It's on the ground. So 1,000 plus system. Amazing system that's going to do well. Now, we do have the big brother to the 1,000 plus guys, and that's going to be the 2,000 plus. That's going to be that big boy right there. The 2,000 plus by itself is $1,299. At $1,299, guys, that's a 35% savings on a system that will run your home or run your office or just run your life or whatever you really need to technically. By itself, it is 2,042 watt hours of power in a 62-pound package. Now, 62 pounds, like I said in the other earlier, it's got 2 large 3-inch wheels, a telescopic aluminum handle that's going to allow you to roll it around. It will roll around very, very easily. Now, you can get the system by itself, or you can get it with 2 of the 200-watt solar panels. When you get it with 2 of the 200-watt solar panels, it's $1,899. At $1,899, you guys can actually use that 5% discount code. You're going to save yourself some money. Or get the full kit. Now, the full kit's kind of cool. You're going to notice that the full kit is already 48% off. It's marked at 48% off. It's normally a $5,000 price tag. It's $2,599, $2,599. Jackery put a $200 clippable coupon on the Amazon page for you already. So you can take another $200 off the top. So that's $2,399 at $2,399. That's probably about a 50% savings or so. Well, on top of that, you guys can use that 5% discount code in that banner that we have for you to save another 5% off. Now, you do have 5 AC outlets. You have 4 standard American 3-prong AC outlets. You have that 5th NEMA style. It's going to do 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 6,000. You have 2 USB-C ports that do 100 watts charging capability. You have 2 USB-A ports at 18 watts. You also have that 12-volt 10-amp plug above it, and of course that digital screen. The digital screen is going to allow you to see the voltage of the device, the input, the output. It's going to allow you to see if you have batteries connected. Now, you can do batteries, but we'll talk about that in a minute. It will take you 2 hours to fully charge this off of the wall plug. 2 hours, that's it, just 2 hours. If you want to do it in a cigarette car lighter plug, in your motorhome, your RV, your makeshift van, like your Volkswagen bus vans or stuff like that, 25 hours on that cigarette car lighter plug. If you have, let's say, 6 of the 200-watt Solar Saga solar panels, 2 hours is your charge rate. 2 hours, that's it.
Can be used as an EPS with the 20 milliseconds of switchover. It is only 30 decibels of noise when in action. That's going to be most of your like little fan noises or clicks with this. Janet, hello, how are you doing? Now on this device, with all of those capabilities and plugs, you guys can run a multitude of different items with no problem. Now, ranging from what devices you're getting, that's where it's going to be. Now, we're showing you guys the full 4000 kit. The full 4000 kit is going to be the station and the battery sitting right above it. This kit is actually 4,085 watt hours of power in this package. Now, 4,085 watt hours of power means you guys can run your 1160 watt microwave for about 7 hours. Your 2000 watt AC, that's probably 2 hours of runtime. Your induction cooler is going to be about the same, about 2 hours. Your 500 watt refrigerator, about 7 hours as well. That's a good runtime with this. Now, you guys can do more than that. Let's go there. You guys can run a welding machine for about an hour and 20 minutes if you really wanted to. Your 200 watt desktop, about 24 hours. Now, 1150 watt window AC, longer runtime than that. CPAP machine, over 100 hours. You guys could do, of course, 38 hours with the inverter heater, about 120 cell phones, 90 drone batteries, 10 hours with the blender. You're having a big backyard barbecue, everybody's raging, you're making them drinks, and everybody's loving them. 10 hours on that blender, making them frozen drinks for everybody, you're good to go, you don't have to worry about it. 40 hours with the air pump, or even 40 hours with, of course, the electric water pump, like your sump pumps. 4.5 to 5 hours with your weed eater if you guys need to weed eat the yard. 8 hours with an angle grinder. You have the capabilities of running so much more without an issue. It has the capabilities with that. Now, with the single battery, that is the package deal we're showing you. You can get extra batteries, up to 5 batteries. When you add 5 batteries, you're going to have 12 kilowatts of hour power. 12 kilowatts of hour power, that's actually a very gigantic power capacity. That means you guys can run so much more. You guys are doubling, quadrupling, and of course keep going with that power range. This system can be ran in parallel with the second 2000 Plus. When you run it in parallel with the second 2000 Plus, you can actually do 10 batteries total. When you do 10 batteries, that's 24 kilowatts of hour power. Technically, 24 kilowatts of hour power should be able to run your home for at least 5 days with most of your essential items. That's not going to be like, let's say, I want to run my central AC. Your central AC is a power hog of a device. I'm going there. 62 pounds by itself. Probably another 60 pounds with the battery, or ish. The solar panels are about 21 pounds a piece, but it is a great deal. Now, they allow you to roll it around without a problem. So that's where you guys are going to be with that. It's an amazing little piece. I love this one. Very, very expandable. Definitely for off-the-grid living and all of those other variations. The 2000 Plus has a lot of options for you. Now, really, the sky's the limit on what you guys can plug in it, because 6,000 watts is a great amount of power with this. Any questions about the 2000 Plus, definitely ask. We're here to answer. What do we have that what haven't we shown you guys? Actually, I don't think we've shown you guys solar panels, have we? You guys want to go into the solar panels now? Let's do it. We're going to start off with the 500X. I know we started showing the 500X, but we're going to go into this. The 500X solar panel is their new solar panel. Now, this is actually a large panel. This panel is actually 6 panels in one. This is a really cool panel. Now, 6 panels long. It's actually 98 inches or so long when you have it spread out. Can be used separately. It's got 10 hinges. About 40 screws need to be put together to make it look like this. It's a bifacial solar panel. Bifacial means it takes the charge from both sides. The top side is going to be your more dominant side of charging. The underside is what's going to get the reflective charging. Your reflective charging is what's going to get, make the extra percentages of the charging in low light settings. Now, can be used in, of course,
water without a problem. Literally, guys, if it's raining, this is not a problem with that solar panel. It's going to do decently well for you. Now, the cool part is IP68 rating means, you guys, if you throw it in the lake, it's not going to hurt the solar panel whatsoever. If it gets dirty, wash it off with the hose, you're good to go. 25% efficiency in even low light settings. So low light settings is overcast skies, grayer skies, or light rain. That is not like heavy black skies thundering down or just dumping snow. All right. Yes, it can sit out in the snow in minus 40-degree weather and not hurt it, but it's not going to run in, of course, that 10 inches of snow packed over top. I'm just going there with it, just saying. Now, we actually had a question the other night. Can these solar panels be used inside your house by the windows? No, they cannot. They cannot be used in your car either. Your house windows and car windows have a UV protectant. The UV protectant blocks the solar sun rays from popping in. That's why your house can stay cool during summer and warm during winter. The UV protectant blocks out that lighting. Same with your car. Now, the 500X is $999. It's got a 10-foot cable. The cable, of course, has an 80-20 plug. It's an Anderson clip style. Will work with pretty much all of the devices from like the 600 plus up that are 80-20 plugs. Now, will it charge the 600 plus? No. The 600 plus does not accept that large power range. It's only going to do, I think, 400 watts max. It will work on the 2000 V2, the 2000 Pro, the 2000 Original, the 1500 Pro. It's going to work on the 3000 Pro. It's going to work on the 2000 Plus. It's going to work on the 1000 Plus. It's going to work on the 5000 Plus. That 500X is a great, great solar panel. Kyle, what's up? How are you doing? Now, we also have the Mini 40 solar panel, which is a nice portable little solar panel that's going to do well for everybody. This is fully waterproof, water resistant, 2.5 pounds. It's literally 12 inches tall by 10 inches wide. This is about the size of a 3-ring binder. If you guys think of the notebook you guys set in your 3-ring binder, I can actually kind of show you guys the size comparison. So that is your size comparison. So you think about a 3-ring binder size. This can fit in a backpack without a problem. Now, fitting in a backpack means it makes it portable and very carryable. It is fully waterproof, trifold design, monocrystalline solar cells. Trifold with a back binding. The back binding's got these press snap rings that allow you to snap it shut. On the front, it's got this beautiful magnetic clasp. The clasp will, of course, open, and when you open it, you're going to be greeted with, of course, the monocrystalline solar cells. It's not that small, guys. It's actually about 4 panels long, about 30 inches. Now, this is a $99 solar panel today. It's usually about $130. 40 watts of charge rate, which means it will pair perfectly well with the 100 plus, the 240, the 240 V2, the 300, and the 300 plus station. Technically, it will charge the 500 and the 600, but it's going to take a long time for that. This should be able to charge the 100 plus in about 5.5 hours without a problem. Now, may take a little longer than that. You technically can connect up 2 of these to the 100 plus. But it's a great little piece, fully waterproof, monocrystalline solar cells. It's going to do about 23% efficiency in converting light to power, even in low light settings for you. It's the portability and the size of this one that makes it such a hit for me, because I can pair it with a really small station and take it hiking, camping. I could throw it in my wife's purse. Let's be honest, she got a big purse. Throw that in there and that station. It's not a problem. The Mini 40 solar panel is, of course, that very beautiful small solar panel that's going to work out well for quite a range of people. So if you guys need, that's the Mini 40. Now, we also have the 100 panel. This is their newer 100 panel, and I'm going to kind of show you guys a comparison of the old one to the new one. Here's the old panel. That's the old 100 watt panel. You guys see the size difference? See the size difference with this? The old panel was a single-sided charging capability. The new one is a bifacial charging. The old one did do 100 watts at 18 volts, which is actually decently well done. Bifold design. The new one's a trifold. Now, the new one's coming in at $209. It is fully waterproof, water resistant with the IP68 rating. It is a bifacial style. Bifacial means it's got two different faces that take charge. The blue side is going to be the reflective charging side. The black side will be the side that goes towards the sun to take the most brunt of the charging. Has, of course, two handles. Each handle is made from nice, strong cloth or fabric. It's got 2 rivets per strap side. You also have the clasp that holds it shut. You're going to have 2 kickstands or stands that are going to unvelcro and strap out. Has elastic. The elastic will allow you to set it in a 20-degree angle to make sure it's perfectly set. When you pop it open, you guys can see, of course, it pops open. You guys have that blue side with this. If I turn it around, you're going to be greeted with, of course, the black side. The black side's what you're going to face towards the sun. No, that's not as big as it is. It's over 50 inches long, and we're going to show you guys this. So when I pop it out, you're going to notice how long it truly is by, of course, the camera angle and camera view. Hopefully, you guys can kind of see how long this just truly is. Now, 25% efficiency in converting light to power because it can actually charge from both sides. So you guys can get that charge rate from both sides. When you set it up, you're going to put it in about a 20-degree angle, and that's going to give you that optimal charge. The reflective ground, the light that reflects off the ground, will reflect back into the back side of this panel to get that extra efficiency. Now, in standard bright areas, you should be able to get 100% efficiency without a problem through this. You're going to get the full 100 watts. In lower light settings like overcast skies in Oregon, Washington, or other areas that get gray skies or light rain, this will do about 25% efficiency. That's actually still very good for you. This is only a 6-pound package. At 6 pounds, this is very lightweight and can be carried pretty much anywhere. That means you guys can hike into a campground with this without a problem. That's actually kind of cool. Now, this system does come with the cabling. It's going to be a 9.5-foot cable. This is that cable. It's got a 2-prong plug piece that'll stick in the back. On the front, it's got an 80/20 adapter DC plug, and it's also going to have the 7909 DC plug as well. You may get a variant with, of course, the DC plug to USB-C adapter that's going to connect onto this. This side will connect up to the station. This side will connect to the solar panel. It is in high vis orange colorway with the variant I had. High vis means you guys are not going to trip over it. You're not going to run over with the lawnmower. You guys are going to be able to see this cabling without a problem. The solar panel is fully waterproof. Your stations are not. You do need to make sure the stations are actually put away. Hey, Rome, what's up, buddy? Happy Cyber Monday. What's new, buddy? Long time no see, Rome. So that's your cabling for the 100-watt Solar Saga solar panel, guys. $209. That's a 30% savings. At 30% off, that's actually a phenomenal price point. Normally like $300. Now, they left it at the price of the original. The original was a great solar panel. They just are no longer making that variation because they want to go to the more efficient and better technology. This is monocrystalline solar cell. Now, technically, it's flexible, but do not crack it. Do not bend it. You do not want to break it. This is a great little solar panel that's going to do phenomenally well for you guys in a lot of different situations. If you guys are looking for something like that, the 100-watt Solar Saga might be the one for you. Now, if that is not the panel you are looking for, we actually have a permanently connected one. Hey, I appreciate that, Renee. And thank you, Rome, for sending everybody to say hi. I truly appreciate it. Richard, what's up, buddy? How's everybody doing? Nice to see everybody. Now, we're going to talk about a DIY fixtured panel. Now, this is actually a tempered glass panel, so it is actually glass. You do need to be careful with it. I've actually dropped it about 3 times in the last few days because I've been doing a lot of streams over here. This is actually going to come with a hardware kit. This is that hardware kit that will come with it. Richard's making waves. I'm sure he is. He must be hitting that heart. Now, the package kit's going to come with all of the hardware to permanently mount this device. Now, you're going to get 4 stainless steel bolts. Now, these stainless steel bolts are going to be nut and bolts. It's going to have a locking nut on the end. It's also going to come with washers. You get 4 of those, which is actually kind of cool. You're also going to get 8 self-tapping screws. Now, James is getting delirious. Yes, James is past delirious. Let's be honest. James is so super tired he could fall asleep right now. I'm actually hungry, Sheila. I want dinner. I have not been eating dinner until after show, so I really, really want my dinner. Kelly, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't drink caffeine. That's pretty funny. I don't drink caffeine. This, of course, is your self-tapping screws, guys. If you look at the tip, it is actually very, very sharp. That's going to go through metal. That's going to go through wood, some types of concrete and stuff like that. It is a fine thread. That fine thread is technically meant for threading into the roof of your RV, your motorhomes, your trailers, or even other metals. Now, it's going to do well with that. On the end, it's got that beautiful little plastic end. Now, that plastic washer is meant for, of course, keeping... Phil did send me tacos the other day, and I ate every last bit of it. Renee, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Now, yes, it's going to attempt to be airtight or watertight. Do use a sealant, guys. Use like a Flex Seal. Use a silicone caulking. Use something to keep it really, really watertight. With that, you're going to get, of course, these nice little beautiful Z channel like brackets. They call them Z panels. They're just, brackets. These are pre-drilled, pre-tapped, and, of course, painted stainless steel and rust proof. You have the 2 holes that are going to allow you to permanently mount it to the roof, and then you have the oblong hole that's going to allow you to connect it to the solar panel. You get 4 of those in this kit. Now, the solar panel is actually a really nice solar panel. That weighs a little bit. Yeah, Phil's hanging Christmas lights. I don't believe that. He went to bed. That boy went to bed. He was so excited about his stream this morning that he went to bed. This is that panel, guys. Tempered glass panel. Weighs a little bit. Fully metal all the way around. And, of course, rust proof. Yeah, he heard us talking and he popped back in. Who texted him? Who texted Phil? We were sitting here making fun of Phil, and then Phil pops out. Why? You got to do more streams. On the back, guys, of the housing, you're going to have pre-drilled holes. You're going to have 12 different holes in different areas. That's going to allow you to mount it to pretty much any surface that you really need to. Has a permanently fixed 10-foot cable with an Anderson clip at the end, and, of course, an adapter for 80/20 if you need to. That's, of course, the 100-watt prime panel. Now, this prime panel is going to do bifacial charging at 25% efficiency at a 20-degree angle. If you lay it flat, it's going to be about 23% efficiency because it's only going to get the charge from the top. This is a $169 solar panel tonight, normally like a $300 price tag. It's a 43% savings with this one, guys, and it will pair with pretty much every system we've shown you guys tonight. Remember, it is glass. Do not drop it like I have done several times. I am surprised I have not broke that panel. Let's attempt to put it back on the table for us. Yeah, we were sitting here making fun of you because I thought you went to bed because you were up super early, all excited about your show. All right, so we have one more panel to show you guys. I actually have a video of this one. This is actually a really long panel. Video does justice better for me than trying to do it. Now, this is the 200-watt Solar Saga solar panel, IP68 rating. It's about 90 inches long or so when folded out. It's a trifold design, ETFE laminated handle, ETFE casing, zipped up casing, of course, has a 10-foot cable inside, 80/20 plug, 7909 plug, multiple adapters with this. Now, I actually got up late, but yes, I was excited because... Ooh, shots fired. This solar panel is going to do about 24.3% efficiency, even in low light settings. Now, You do need to make sure it's angled. It actually has a sunlight angle indicator to make sure it's actually angled properly to get the right charge rate. Now, this solar panel will actually work with the 1000 V2, the 2000 V2. It'll work with all the systems above that, like the 1500, the 2000, 2000 Pro, the 2000 Plus, the 1000 Plus, and the 3000 Pro system, and the 5000 Plus. This is a nice large piece. If James isn't making fun of me, I need to stare. No, I'm just trying to, do my thing, buddy. Do my thing. I mean, you guys make fun of me all the time. Richard, I only mess with Roman. You should mess with Phil, too. It's all good. You got to keep him on his toes. It definitely makes him, feel really young when you keep him on his toes. Well, good night, little ones. Hope they have a great rest. Now, this is a cool solar panel. It's going to do well, guys. You notice once I hooked it up, about 153 watts of charge. That's a great little solar panel that's going to do well. If you guys need, the 200 watt is a great option. Now, with that, we're going to move over to this camera, that camera. We're going to go to that station right there. The 5000 Plus. Now, the 5000 Plus is one that pretty much everybody is going to want. Trust me. 5,040 watt hours of power that can be fully charged in under 2 hours in certain ways. If you have wall plug power, that's about 3.5 hours. We'll get into the charge rate in a minute. Now, 132 pound package is what it weighs at. It's 27 inches tall, and you guys can see my ugly legs stick out because I'm wearing shorts. Ignore the ugly legs. It's all good, guys. 132 pounds, you're probably like, it's going to be extremely hard to move. Not really. It tips over just that easy and can roll around without a problem. 132 pounds, guys, on carpet, no issue whatsoever. It has a handle. The handle can actually be put away, so you don't have to worry about it. If we want to, we can lift up the package by, of course, the handles on the side if you truly need. That's all it takes. That's all it is. It's got two large 3-inch wheels on the side. Those 3-inch wheels are going to allow you to roll it across pretty much any surface. Those wheels are literally like polyurethane wheels like you have on your lawnmower, your push lawnmowers. Those wheels do very well. They're very strong. They're very sturdy. On the front of it, which you guys can kind of see, are two locking casters. Those casters will allow you to lock it in place so it does not roll or move around whatsoever, which is kind of cool. Now, you have a lot of power in the system that's going to do really well for you guys. On the front, you have a 12-volt, 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. That's going to be like for your old school fuzz dusters, your air mattresses, maybe your USB-C splitters that you use in your car or other variants. You really don't need the extra USB-C ports because you have two of these at 100 watts charging capability on the opposite side. You also have two of the USB-A ports that are going to do 18 watts of charging capability for your lower power devices. Below that are 4 AC outlets. Those 4 AC outlets are your standard 3-prong American plugs that are going to do 7,200 watts of charge rate. At 7,200 watts, it's a lot of power to go through that. That is 120 volts at above, I believe, 60 hertz, which is phenomenally well done for the system. The system alone is actually $2,999 tonight, $2,999 by itself. Now, by itself is a great deal and a great price. Why not grab it with a solar panel like the 500X? If you want to get it with one 500X, it's actually under $4,000. There's a $600 clippable coupon with that $600 clippable coupon. Now, if you buy any of these packages, you guys can use that 5% discount code that we have over there. 5% off is what you're going to get. 5% off a purchase of $1,500 or more. We're going to go in full talk about the full 5000 kit and what it includes and what it can do. It's going to have 2 solar panels, 2 of the 500Xs. Those are $1,000 solar panels. It's going to have that smart transfer switch. That smart transfer switch is a $1,699 package. That's like $1,700 bucks. It's also going to have this single station that's going to do very well.
Now this station, just because it has 4 AC outlets on the front, multiple USB ports, and a 12-volt plug, it's not all it has on the system. We're going to tip it, roll it to its side. We're going to move down. We're going to bring the camera into angle. And we're going to show it a little closer. On the side, you're going to have, of course, 4 reset relays. That's going to allow you to, if the AC outlets trip, you just press those buttons, you're back into action. On the bottom, hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for popping in, and I do truly appreciate the follow and the visit. On the bottom, you have a 14-50 NEMA plug. The 14-50 NEMA plug is going to do 120 volt or 240 volt charge rate. Now, that 120 volt and 240 volt is beautifully well done. That means you guys can plug in your EV car, your RV, your motorhome without a problem, or your larger washer and dryers that take that plug. Above that is your 14-30 NEMA plug. The 14-30 is still dual voltage, 120 and 240 volt. Above that is your AC expansion port. The AC expansion port is a nice little port. That's going to allow you to pair it up and connect up to that smart transfer switch, which we'll get into, or it will allow you to pair it with a second 5000 plus system. Now, the second 5000 plus system is actually a really, really great system to have connected up. Let's be honest, because you have one right here. On the opposite side, you're going to have even more connections and all of those cool little pieces. We're going to zoom on down. You guys can actually see that large 3-inch wheel. That 3-inch wheel is a very sturdy and stable wheel. Now, we're going to go back up because we want to talk about those plugs right there. The very bottom plug is your DC expansion port. Your bottom DC expansion port will allow you to connect up to multiple batteries. The middle plug is your AC port. That AC plug is what you're going to plug into the wall outlet in your house to charge this device. When you plug it in with the wall outlet to charge it, it's going to take you approximately 3.5 hours. At 3.5 hours, that's 5,040 watt hours of power in that 3.5 hours. That's actually a good charge rate for that. There is this little panel. If I reach down, you guys are going to see this green little plug. If you flip the green little plug to the side, just like that, you are in what's called high power voltage array. High power voltage array will connect up to your high power solar panel arrays that are on the top of your house, your sheds, or that big moving that stays with the sun. I do apologize for that. When you flip it back, you guys can use the 80-20 DC plugs on the side. The 80-20 DC plugs are the 120 or the 1200 watt solar array. So the 80-20 plug, 1200 watt solar array. It's been a long day. Now the 80-20 plug is going to allow you to connect up to like the 500X, the 240 or the 200 and the 100 panel. Now 1200 watts of solar charging through the low power array is going to take about 5 hours to fully charge this device. At 5 hours, that's actually about 1,000 kilowatts of hour or 1,000 watt hours per hour. 1,000 watt hours per hour isn't that bad for a charge rate at 1,200 watts. There's actually one more way to charge it. The other way to charge it is going to be through the smart transfer switch, the ATS. The ATS will be mounted to your house next to your electric circuit breaker where your utility pole connects to your house. That will allow for 4,000 watts of charge rate to come through that. Now at 4,000 watts of charge rate, that's a little under 2 hours to charge this device. That will be the same as your high power voltage solar arrays. That high power voltage solar array should be a minimum of 4,000 up to about 5,200 or more. I think Phil said his is 5,200 kilowatts. So that's a big solar array for you. With that charge rate, you have 4 different ways to charge this. 2 of those are really, really quick. The others are semi-quick, which is kind of cool. This system should allow you to run your house without a problem at quick charge rates.
you guys can actually do off-the-grid living and running with this system. That's actually kind of cool. Now, the system, when it comes, you guys are going to get the smart transfer switch, and we're going to kind of show you guys this. This is that smart transfer switch. It's literally an electrical box that you put on the wall. You have your electrician wire up. It's going to link to, of course, the electric box that you already have there. This is going to allow for System 1 and System 2. That means 5,000 plus system and another 5,000 plus system. It's going to have a light right here that's going to say AC1 that lights up. It's going to have AC2. If you don't have AC2, it will not light up. Now, you're going to have a grid power. The grid power is your light power to know the grid is hot and on. You'll also have an error light just in case something's not plugged in right, or power went sideways, or a circuit has popped. In the middle down here, you're going to have what's called play, pause, resume. That's your power button. You guys can actually pause your system or resume your system by that button. Inside this breaker, you're going to actually have the large grid power. Now that will allow you to switch those two reset circuits to shut off the whole grid if you want to. Below that are 12 individual breaker electrical circuits. Those 12 breakers will allow you to connect up to 12 breakers in your original circuit box. That means you guys can run room 1, bathroom 1, you guys can run a living room, you guys can run your hot tub, your pool, maybe your hot water tank, maybe your central AC, maybe your garage, shed, attic, whatever you want. You have 12 different circuits you guys can set up with this. With those 12 different lines, whatever amount of plugs you have in your house is what you're going to use to plug into. That means if your living room has 6 different power outlets in there, you guys can plug into any of that outlet and run it off of this 5,000 plus system. Now, this is where it's kind of cool because it is a smart system. The smart system will allow you to control all of those circuits and run, of course, at 7,200 watts through those plugs. You can actually allow it to run off of the solar station by itself and not use the power grid that your utility company gives you. Or you guys can actually do both ways. You guys can actually run it on what's called battery optimization package. What that means is inside the app, you'll set it up to not run at certain times. So if your electric company charges you more between 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. at night. So that's pretty much when most people are home doing the most about their house. Whether it be cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, getting the kids ready for bed, helping them with their homework, or watching TV or anything. Your power company will charge you more during that time for your actual power. That means you guys can set up the system to run off of the solar station or the power station instead of your electrical power grid that from your company. After 9 o'clock at night, you'll actually switch back over by itself, and it will start running off of your electrical grid power, which is probably, they could be down to 30 cents per kilowatt an hour, right? Just giving you a general number, don't know what you guys get charged. That changing means you guys can actually charge this device at that time, if you want to, off of the power grid at a cheaper rate. That means you're saving yourself a lot of money. Now, you don't just have to do that, because if you guys have that large power grid array, you literally can run your whole house off of this, off the grid living, and not have to worry about it, because it will allow you to charge it. The system will allow you to add extra batteries. Every extra battery is another 5,040 watt hours of power. You can have up to 5 batteries per system. Now, 5 batteries per system is actually really decently well done. That's 30 kilowatts of hour power. At 30 kilowatts of hour power, you should be able to run your house for at least 5 to 7 days without an issue. Now, I say that with a grain of salt. Your central AC is a really power-hungry device. Your central AC will pull a lot of power. It's going to take a lot of power to pull a lot of power. Let's go there. Now, in general numbers, off of the station alone, we can kind of give you a rundown of certain things that can run off of this. Now, that's going to range from like your fridge to, of course, your AC to your dryer. Your 60-watt TV should be able to run for about 2 days off of this 5,000 by itself. Add the batteries and you guys get it doubled, quadrupled, and keep going. 4 days maximum with the system with the fridge. Now that's going to be like your 100-watt fridge. That's coming some of your double doors without the ice machines and stuff, right? If you have the smart fridges, it's going to be less time. You guys can run your dryer for about 3 hours. That means you guys can get that load of clothes dried off of the system in that, under half an hour, whatever it takes your dryer to do. This will only run a central AC for about 2 hours. Let's go there. About 2 hours by itself with the central AC. A lot of power for that. Your 1150 watt window AC should be able to run for over 4.5 hours without a problem. 10 hours with your baseboard heater. That's just in general little list of things you guys can do. You guys can do your convection ovens. You guys can do your large 100-inch TVs. You guys can do your gaming PCs. Let's say if you guys have a VR setup or a sim setup. You guys can plug that in and run it off of this. You add the 5 batteries and you guys can run it for a good amount of time. You have the dual voltage at 120 and 240 volt. You also have that smart transfer switch that's going to allow you to run all of that as well at 7,200 watts of charge rate. The moment you add a second system, you can actually run it at 14,400 watts. Can they overheat? I'm going to say your system probably is not going to overheat. The only way your system's going to overheat is if you have it in the middle of Arizona in the desert in 185-degree weather where it's going to bake up to past 185. These are actually rated to run in about, I'm going to say about 120 degrees or so. Most of your houses are not going to do that. I mean, it is electronics. Let's go there. It is electronics. They're designed to run in -4 degrees all the way up to about 100 and some degrees weather without a problem. So you should not be able to, it shouldn't be overheating it. It shouldn't be an issue. Most of these systems will be running in like cooler areas that you're actually setting them in. So that shouldn't be a problem. Now, like I said, when you link up a second 5,000 plus into the smart transfer switch, 14,400 watts of output power you now have. You can actually have 10 batteries. At 10 batteries, that's 60 kilowatts of hour power. 60 kilowatts of hour power, that's approximately 15 days of runtime. Now, they rate that at 15 days, but let's be honest, if you guys have the large solar array or if you have a solar array at all, you're charging it, so you're going to get longer run times in between with that. Because you're charging and using, you can keep going. This is going to save you money in the long run because you're not going to be paying the electric company as much. You guys are going to have money in your pocket with a system like this. The 5,000 plus system by itself has a $1,000 clippable coupon. It brings it down to about $4,999 with the system, 2 solar panels, and that smart transfer switch. The smart transfer switch is where it's really at. That thing is beautifully well done. The app for the smart transfer switch will allow you to see consumption and generation from solar. It will allow you to see consumption and generation from your power grid. It will also allow you to see battery percentages of what they're charged at and the temperatures they're running at. Inside the app will also allow you to, of course, turn on the switches, off the switches, turn on the lights if it has lights, turn off the lights, turn on the screen, see everything under the sun. Now, the app is kind of cool. I'm going to show you guys just in general app, and I'm going to kind of show Trevor something. So, like I have the 3000 Pro Trevor running right now. On the app, it'll actually tell you what the temperature is. It's only running at 82 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Now, I can tell you it's probably about 90 degrees in my apartment. So, it's running at 82 degrees, the cooling technology that's built into them. Because they do have fans, they have thermal protection, they have, of course, thermal grease, and all of that. It's going to keep it semi-cool, which is kind of cool. So that's kind of the app. And the app will look a little different from like the smart transfer switch inside the piece and everything else with that. 5,000 plus system, guys, is an amazing little system. Jacob, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a great Saturday evening. Hard to believe it's Saturday. I still have another day and a half of streaming before I get a day off, which is kind of cool. Would definitely love a few days off, which would be even better because I have some things I have to get done. So any questions at all, guys? Definitely ask. We're here for a little bit more. Hey, thanks, Phil. Thanks for posting that. I didn't want to butcher the second name. I couldn't really see it. It was itty bitty. All right. Give me 1 second. Needed my water. All right, I think we're going to circle back to the 1000 V2 is what we're probably going to circle back to. The 1000 V2 is a really, really good price point. That's why we kind of circle back to it a lot. It's one of those deals that I think you guys would really, really love to see. So let's show you guys the 1000 V2. Now, the 1000 V2 is a really amazing little station of its own right. Let's change camera views. Let's go to the system down here. Now, we just showed you guys the 5000 Plus, which is an amazing, amazing product. The 1000 V2 is also a really, really great product, but in a smaller housing. This is literally 24 pounds. At 24 pounds, you guys got 1,070 watt hours of power. 1,070 watt hours of power. Now, 24 pounds, it's not that heavy. This is actually about 50% off today. This is like, a really great deal. It's $399. This has got what's called Charge Shield 2.0 built into it. Charge Shield 2.0 is going to allow you to fully charge it in 2 hours if you want to off of the wall outlet. If you go into the app, though, you guys can switch over to what's called emergency charge mode. Emergency charge mode is going to allow you to fully charge this in 1 hour time. That's going to meaning like you guys know there's a windstorm that's going to take your power out. You know there's an ice storm coming that's going to take your power out. You know to expect it in a few hours. Switch it over, fully charge it. 1 hour, you guys have 1,070 hours of power to back up whatever that time is. With this, you have the 12 volt 10 amp DC plug. You have one USB-C port at 30 watts, one USB-C port at 100 watts. You also have the 18 watt USB-A for your smaller devices, like your little AirPods and stuff. You have 3 AC outlets. Those are your American 3-prong wall outlets. Those AC outlets actually do 1,500 watts of pure sine wave power. Can peak at 3,000 if you truly need. At 3,000, guys, you're going to use up the power a lot quicker than your standard power ranges. With this, you can charge it, like I said, on the wall in 2 hours, or of course, a supercharge mode in about an hour. If you have 2 of the 200 watt Solar Saga solar panels, about 2.5 hours is your charge time. When fully charged, you should be able to charge your laptop about 14 times. That's an 80 watt laptop. So 80 watt laptop should be able to charge about 14 times. 20 drone batteries, that's like your Mavic Airs. 10 hours to 29 hours with your Starlink. That's going to be like your standard Starlink for 10 hours, your mini for about 29 hours. Approximately 45 phone charges, 40 to 45 phone charges. 14 hours with the mini fridge, or if you guys really need that 15 watt Wi-Fi router or modem running, about 1 week of runtime by itself. Now, all of these runtimes I give you are by single unit product running off of it. The moment you add a second product to it, it's going to change that runtime. If you want to do the 45 watt house fan, guys, 45 watt house fan will do very, very well for you. Let's just go there. I think you guys are going to get about 23 hours with the 45 watt house fan. About 23 hours. Now, I haven't tested that one. I should test it because I have a 45 watt house fan here. You'll probably get about 91 hours on a 10 watt Bluetooth speaker, about 40 to 50 minutes with circular saws, 12 hours with a heated blanket, guys. You can do that. A rice cooker, about 3 hours. That's about 330 watts. Your 100 watt movie projector, approximately 8 hours. That means you guys can watch a movie in your backyard, plugged into this, and have fun. You guys can have a movie night. Add a movie projection screen, like an inflatable one. Your runtime will probably drop a little bit more than that, but you should be able to get through a whole movie without an issue. The 1000 V2 is your best deal of the day at 50% off. It's $399 by itself. If you want to get the 1000 V2 with the 200 watt Solar Saga solar panel, that's $699. That's a 46% savings. At 46%, you're getting that station and a 200 watt solar panel, which is a nice large panel. Now, the one thing you guys can kind of do with the 1000 V2 is going to be like this with your Christmas decor. And you might want to actually start running your inflatable decorations or lights. Well, why not use the Jackery Explorer 1000 V2 to actually do that? Now, you guys are seeing that wattage climb right there, and of course, it's going to show, of course, how much hours are left at 22% battery. Now, we do have, of course, multiple light sets and, of course, a lot of inflatable decorations plugged in. You guys are seeing those inflatable decorations start inflating up there for you guys on scene. Now, the cool part is actually in the back on the other side of the fence, there's actually 5 more inflatable decorations and more lighting that is actually being ran off of this. Now, the whole lighting and icicles that you see around the porch as well is being ran off of this beautiful 1000 V2. Now, guys, it's going to do a well job for all of your holiday decorations, paired up with, of course, a solar panel, and you don't have
Tim,
to
thank you for the follow. I appreciate
your
that.
wall plug. You're doing it all by solar power. Now, the 1000 V2 packs quite a wallop with 1,070 watt-hours of power for all of your decorations.
Now, like you guys see there, you guys can run Christmas decor for a couple hours if on a small charge. If you had it fully charged, you should be able to do most of the night without an issue. That means everybody's enjoying the Christmas decor at your house while they're driving by the road. Now, you guys can do what my friends do and decorate for the backyard for themselves. But hey, that's up to you guys. That's just an idea that you guys can do with the 1000 V2 and the 1000 V2 with solar panels. Now, we also have the Big Brother sitting next to it. The Big Brother is going to be the 2000 V2. Now, the 2000 V2 is just as nice, but just a little bit bigger. This is going to be 2,042 watt-hours of power. Now, remember, I keep saying they have app control. App control is just meaning you guys can actually turn on flashlights like this on it. I can go brighter if I really want to, or turn it on SOS pattern. Inside the app, I can even turn on the screen so you guys can actually see the battery charge, which is saying about 35% battery, but it's pulling about 7 watts of charge out of it. If I want to turn off that 7 watts of charge, I can turn off of the USB-C port, and we're now pulling no wattage out of this device whatsoever. If I want to turn it back on, I can just hit the app and turn it back on, and we're good up and running. The app will indicate and show you guys the charge percentage. It'll also tell you guys the actual battery temperature that it's charging and running at. Inside the app will also allow you to kick over into super emergency charge mode, which is a 1-hour charge rate for this 2000 V2. In standard fast charging on the AC outlet, you guys are going to have a 2-hour charge rate without a problem. This device does weigh approximately 39.5 pounds. The original weighed actually a little over 45 pounds or more. Now, the original was actually quite larger than this as well. Now, this system will allow you to run multiple things through the 3 AC outlets. Those 3 AC outlets actually do 2200 watts of pure sine wave power. Can peak at 4400 if you really need to peak a little higher than that. You still have the USB 30 watt port, the USB-C 100 watt port, and the USB-A 18 watt port for you. When fully charged in that 2-hour charge rate, you should be able to run multiple devices for a long period of time, ranging from your 200 watt desktop PC for 12 hours to your 1150 watt window AC for about 2 hours, to your CPAP machine for over 50 hours without a problem. Now, you can do a microwave for an hour and a half, a coffee maker for almost 3 hours. You guys could do, of course, about 60 cell phone charges, 45 drone batteries, 19 hours with the 70 watt inverter heater. Or if you guys are at the barbecue and you guys want to cook up or grill something on the electric griddle, about an hour and a half runtime. You're at that backyard barbecue, everybody wants a drink, and you guys are making frozen drinks because it's really hot out. That blender will be able to run for about 4.5 to 5 hours without an issue. That's a 300 watt blender. 300 watt blender, 5 hours. That's a great runtime. If you need to run your sump pump in your basement because it's starting to flood, plug it in and you guys run it for about 20 hours. That's a 60-watt draw. You can even do a movie projector night, guys, over 15 hours without a problem on the station and having fun. 2 hours with the tea kettle. Your wife has to use the hair dryer, about an hour or so with the hair dryer. It is literally less than 30 decibels in noise. They are very silent. You guys can also put it in what's called quiet charge mode. When you put it in quiet charge mode, it'll take about 5 hours to charge, but it's not going to kick on the fans and it's going to trickle charge it instead of doing the quick charge. That's kind of cool with that one. Now, your other variants of other items that you guys can run will vary from system or item that you have plugged into it. You'll literally take the wattage you need from it to, do the math and figure it out. Let's be honest. Now, you can run a lot more. It's really easily to run products without a problem, ranging from, like I said, refrigerators, tea kettles, electric drills, water pumps, air pumps. You guys can do even a shop vac for about 2.5 hours. Electric grill, again, an hour and a half. Tree trimmer for about 2.5 hours if you want to. Heated blankets, portable fridges, portable mini freezers, portable ovens. You guys, the sky's really the limit with what you can connect up to it. A 100-watt fridge should be able to run for about 17.5 hours or more. 150-watt water pump, about 11 hours. If you need to, though, your 50-watt laptop will do about 35 hours off of this device alone. The system is only 39 pounds, does have a handle, can be carried around, has smart app control, has flashlights, cooling technologies, and a LiFePO 4 cell. The LiFePO 4 cell that's built into this device is actually created in a new technology that's called CTB, cell to body. The cell to body is like a honeycomb design that's made in your beehive. That's where the batteries are going to sit. By doing that, it actually makes it lighter, smaller, and quicker to build. It even makes it protectant of that battery because it's housing it in a cell, and that's actually even better for shear points. At $791, that of course is a really, really amazing deal with that Black Friday code. $791. Now I'm actually posting that around for you guys right now, so if you guys need those codes, check them out. Now you can also get the 2000 V2 with 2 of the 200-watt solar panels for 40% savings. That's $14.99. At $14.99, that's a really great savings point. $14.99, 2 large solar panels and the station. You can't go wrong with that. Now we also have, I believe, the 3000 Pro up next. Now 3000 Pro you guys might enjoy. The 3000 Pro is actually a large standalone system. Now what do I mean by large standalone? It's actually a 64-pound package. At 64 pounds, you're going to have over 3,000 kilowatts of hour. Because you went over that 3,000 kilowatts of hour, you guys can actually fill out for that beautiful 30% tax credit for having a system like this. Now that's called your Residential Clean Energy Tax Program. You'll reach out to your utility company or you'll ask Phil in chat to post the link, and you guys will go and fill that out at that area for a tax credit, which is kind of cool. The 3000 Pro is 64 pounds. It does look like a suitcase, which is kind of cool. They made it have 2 large 3-inch wheels and a telescopic aluminum handle. The handle will allow you to, of course, roll it around on pretty much whatever surface you really need, from concrete to grass to dirt to carpet to, of course, sand if you really had to. But sand's kind of hard. Sand sinks, so you do need to be careful. On the front, you have 2 USB-C ports. Those USB-C ports are 100 watts max charging capability through each port. You also have 2 USB-A ports that do 18 watts max charging capability through each port. You have a hidden 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug. You also have 5 AC outlets. Now, you have 4 standard 3-prong American-style AC outlet plugs, your standard wall outlets. They do 120 volts at 60 hertz. You have that 5th one, that is your NEMA plug. That NEMA plug still only does 120 hertz or 120 volts at 60 hertz. But it is a larger plug that's going to allow you to plug in like your
welding machines, some of your dryers, or other devices. All 5 of those plugs do 5,000 watts of pure, or 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 6,000. Now, for some reason, I was thinking the 5,000 system behind me. Just ignore that. It's been a long day. The system alone is about $1,800, which is actually really good. Anyone here? Yep, a whole bunch of people are here, Scott. If you want the system with 2 of the 200-watt solar panels, it's $19.99, which is actually a really amazing deal. At $19.99, you're getting the system and 2 of the 200-watt solar panels. Now, it will take approximately 2 hours, 2.5 hours to fully charge it. 2 to 2.5 hours on a wall plug. If you have 6 of those 200-watt panels, it's going to be about 3.5 hours of charge rate. When fully charged, you should be able to run multiple devices ranging from your 60-watt TV for 35 hours to your 1150-watt window AC for about 3 hours as well. Hey, Bob. What's up? Welcome. How are you doing? Now, you guys could even do a 800-watt oven for 3 hours. You guys could do a welding machine for about an hour. You guys can even do an angle grinder for about 6+ hours as well if you really wanted to. Your 60-watt water pump is going to be about 32 hours if you need to. That's actually kind of cool. We kind of go here. I'm going to kind of do some math. I'm going to go with, like, let's say your 200-watt desktop PC. So let's say you have a 200-watt all-in-one desktop PC that pulls 200 watts. You should technically get about 15 hours of runtime off of that desktop PC. Now, I can say technically because most of those PCs will not pull a full 200 watts out of those all-in-ones. 200 watts is always at max running capacity. So let's say you're running videos or games and you're at max power. It's going to pull the 200 watts. If you're just surfing the web, it's not going to pull that 200 watts. You may have an extended runtime. So that's kind of where it's at. 101 cell phone batteries, that's going to be like your 4,300 milliamps. That's going to be like your S23s, your S24s, your S21s. Your iPhone 14s, that's a 4,000 milliamp battery. You're going to get a lot more charges with that. The 3000 Pro system, guys, is a great all-in-one standalone system. Standalone means no extra batteries, but you can have 6 solar panels. It's a great piece, still smart app controlled, can work down in -4-degree weather. It's really resilient for that. Suitcase designed, 30 decibels is super quiet. Can be put in quiet charge mode. When in quiet charge mode, it's going to take a lot longer to charge, but you'll actually get there and it'll be very silent. At 30 decibels, you guys should be able to set this next to your sleeping baby and it will not wake them. Now, I say that with a grain of salt because we all know babies wake for the weirdest things, and of course, then they're up, and we all have to deal with it. 3000 Pro is an amazing station for you guys. If you're looking for something like that, check it out. You won't be disappointed. Now, we also have the 1000 Plus system, guys. The 1000 Plus system with solar panel and battery. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the 1000 Plus kit. Now, the 1000 Plus kit's a really, really nice kit. It's a battery, it's a station, it's 2 solar panels. That's the 1000 Plus kit. The 1000 Plus kit is 2,528 watt-hours of power with the battery. You can actually have 3 batteries total to be 5 kilowatts of hour power. The station alone will only take a little over an hour and a half to fully charge on a wall outlet. 4.5 hours with 4 100-watt solar panels. 2.25 hours with 4 of the 200-watt panels. Now with it, you got 3 AC outlets that do 200 watts of pure sine wave power that can peak at 4,000 if you truly need. You have 2 USB-C ports, 2 USB-A ports, that flashlight. You also have the 12-volt 10-amp plug. The battery does have a handle that you guys can carry it around. It has a linking cable that connects it up to the system below. It also digital to screen. When fully charged between this and the system, you should be able to run multiple devices without an issue for a good amount of time. Those devices will range from, let's say, 1160 watt microwave for about 2 hours, 850 watt tea kettle for 2.5 hours. Your 330 watt
rice cooker, about 6.5 hours. Your 100-watt movie projector, probably 20 hours with that on hand. Now, it will take you a little bit to charge it, but it's got the capacity to add extra batteries. When you add the extra batteries, you have a longer run time, better capacity of running things. This thing would go well in, like, let's say your toy haulers, your racetrack semi-trailers, like for the racetrack that you guys take, your large trailers. It would go good with your motorhomes, your makeshift Volkswagen bus homes, your tiny homes. This would do well in that. If you're not looking for a smaller system, though, guys, we have the bigger kit next to it. That's the 4,000 plus kit. The 4,000 plus kit's coming in at like $25.99. I believe there's a $200 clippable coupon, which brings it down to $23.99. Most of these kits that we just showed can use the 5% code that we have to get an extra 5% off. This kit will give you over 4,085 watt hours of power. By itself, it's 2,040 plus watt hours of power. 2,040 plus watt hours of power by itself. Double it with an extra battery. You guys can actually have 5 batteries total linked to the system. When you have 5 batteries linked, that's 12 kilowatts of hour power. This kit comes with the battery, the station, and 2 solar panels for $23.99. That's not your final price. Guys, take the 5% off. That's our gift for you tonight. This system is actually kind of cool. It can run multiple devices without a problem. Your 200-watt desktop PC should be able to run for about 24 hours with the battery, 12 hours without. 2 hours with the fridge, about 4 hours with the battery added. So, guys, you see where I'm going here. Hour and a half with the microwave without the battery, 3 hours with the battery, 2 hours with the AC, 4 hours with the AC with the battery. You guys could do, let's say, with the battery, about 28 hours with the movie projector. That's a long marathon. That is a super long marathon out back. Let's say you guys grabbed Harry Potter, or you guys grabbed Fast and the Furious, or you guys grabbed Lord of the Rings, or you grabbed Star Wars, or whatever you wanted. It's a long marathon out back in the yard playing off of this system. If you want to, 120 cell phone charges with the battery connected, 90 drone batteries, a little over an hour and 20 minutes with your welding machine, 8 hours with your angle grinder, chainsaws, pruning saws, lawnmowers. It's got a wide variety of different items that you guys can plug into this. It's got 5 AC outlets that do 3,000 watts of pure sine wave power, can peak at 6,000. You have 2 USB-C ports, 2 USB-A ports, 12-volt 10-amp cigarette lighter plug, and you can add 5 batteries. That's a great deal. Now, technically, this is where we're going to go. Right after I sneeze. You can parallel 2 of these 2,000 plus systems together and have 10 batteries. The moment you add 10 batteries, that's over 24 kilowatts of hour power. 24 kilowatts of hour power should, in theory, run most of your home appliances or most of your essential stuff in your home for at least 4+ days without a problem. It's a lot of power. You then doubled all of your plugs. You got 10 AC outlets. You have 8 USB ports, 2 DC plugs. You guys, of course, go from the 3,000 watts to 6,000 watts because you guys paralleled it. That's a really, really strong system that's going to do well for you. If you guys need, that's, of course, the 2,000 plus 4,000 package kit. 4,000 package kit is an amazing little kit that you guys do not want to sleep on, I'm telling you. Now, with that, guys, we're going to show you guys this last again. This is the 5,000 plus. This is an amazing, amazing little station. I say little with, rolling my eyes. It's 132 pounds. It stands 27 inches tall. 27 inches tall does not even come up to my my waistline, which is kind of cool. 132 pounds. It is actually very easily rolled around on the carpet, concrete, and of course through the grass with the 2 large 3-inch wheels and the aluminum handle that allows you to tip it very easily with leverage and roll it around. You have 2 USB-C ports, 100 watts ports, 2 USB-A ports at, of course, 18 watts, that 12-volt 10-amp DC plug, and 4 AC outlets on the front. Now, these AC outlets on the front do 7,200 watts of sine wave power. 7,200 watts. That's like your convection oven. That's like your central AC. That's like your big 100-inch TV. That's like your big home theater. That's, you know, whatever you could think of, it can run it with that amount of power. On the side of this device, it's got two NEMA plugs. One's a 14-30, the other is a 14-50. The 14-50 can actually connect up to your RV, your motorhome, or your EV cars through that 14-50 NEMA plug. It can actually do 120 or 240 volt. It's a dual voltage system. It also has an expansion port. The expansion port is going to allow you to pair it to another 5000 plus, or it's going to allow you to pair it up to the ATS, which is your automatic transfer station. That's your smart automatic transfer station. Now, this device actually, or this kit, has a $1,000 clippable coupon tonight. It's going to be about $4,999. It's going to be the station, two of the 500Xs, and that smart transfer switch. Now, you also have on the side that you guys can actually connect up to extra batteries. It's got a DC expansion port on the opposite side. The DC expansion port is going to allow you to connect up to 5 batteries total. That's 30 kilowatts of hour power. This station alone is 5,040 kilowatts of hour power by itself. You have the AC plug on the side that's going to allow you to plug it into the wall. When you plug it into the wall, it's going to allow you to charge at 1,800 watts of power. At 1,800 watts of power, you should be able to fully charge the 5,040 watt hours of power in 3.5 hours. If you use the 8020 DC solar plugs, that is going to allow you to charge at 1,200 watts of power in low power voltage mode. In low power voltage mode, that's going to be about 5 hours charge rate. At 5 hours, that's 1,000 watt hours of power per hour. That's not that bad. If you want to, though, you guys can switch it and put it in high power voltage array. High power voltage array will allow you to charge it on your very large solar arrays that you guys mount to the big tops of your houses, mounted on the big poles outside. That's like 4,000 plus watt hour or kilowatts an hour, right? That's a large solar array. That will allow you to charge at 4,000 watts through the system. That means under 2 hours, a little over an hour and a half. Little over an hour and a half, you fully have this device charged. Now, you can also do that 4,000 watts of charge rate through the ATS or smart transfer switch, through your utility pole. Your utility pole will allow you to charge at 4,000 watts. Again, a little over an hour and a half. That's actually a good charge rate for that. The cool part is you guys can actually pair a second 5,000 plus system to this. The moment you pair a second one with this, how long will it hold a charge? So, Jamie, technically it should, in theory, hold a charge for a year without a problem. Do not, and I'm gonna say this right here. It can hold a charge for a long period without a problem. It's a lithium battery. You do not want to hold it for that long without having it topped off or tendered. You want to plug in your charger at least every 2.5 to 3 months. Every 2.5 to 3 months, you should top it off and re-tender it. That's going to keep that battery living a lifespan longer than it would if you just let it sit for a year or so. It will keep you at that 4,000 charge cycles for the next 10 years at 100% battery capacity. After that, it'll drop down about 70%. If you don't charge it in a year's time and you just let it sit there and you go to charge it, it's going to drop down the percentage of the battery capacity that you can charge it back at to. So you do want to do it every 2.5 months to 3 months. Just make sure you top it off. It's not like a bad thing. So it will it trickle charge? Yeah, you can leave it completely plugged in for that. It will actually shut itself down and not charge. It will only charge when it takes a charge if it needs to. If you use the ATS, which is your smart transfer switch, it will actually connect up to your pole, your utility pole. And inside that app, it will allow you to, of course, run it off of the system or everything else. So, yeah, no problem. Glad I can answer that. But yeah, just remember, you do want to kind of charge it every 2.5 to 3 months. I mean, it's really quite important. I actually have one system sitting here plugged in, and it's actually not taking no charge right now. It just literally just stopped itself. The moment it starts seeing a little bit of discharge, it'll recharge itself. It's all good. So like I said, the 5,000 plus, guys, that's geared towards your off-the-grid living, your home power supplies. Up to 60 kilowatts of hour power with 2 stations linked together. Smart app control, fully on, integrated into your homes. You're not stuck at leaving it connected to your home, though, when you use the smart transfer station. You can technically unplug it and take it with you still. You can unplug it from the smart transfer switch and roll that device out with you. Put it on your trailer, put it in your motorhome, put it in your RV, take it to, of course, the cabin or wherever you're going. It's a wide range of ideas. This system is well built. It's a great deal. Now, with that, guys, that is the last of the product. That's actually our end of the show tonight. I hope you enjoyed it. It's Cyber Monday weekend, technically. We're doing our Cyber Monday sales. We're going to be doing another show tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at, I believe, 9:30 in the morning. So, at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific. We'll see you guys for another show. I hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. We'll see you guys on the next. Later, everybody.
This is Jackery 5000 Plus. The batteries are powered by industry-leading LFP cells arranged in a CTB honeycomb structure. Of course, with no compromise in voltage. It outputs at both 120 and 240 volts to support 99% of household applications. A single unit outputs 7,400 watts. So even your big, power-hungry appliances keep going and going. Not to mention full support for